do that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, he could tell me to go out into his backyard or go out into somewhere and tell me, hey, dude, them are the best type of greens. You know what I'm saying? He told me about he told me about a green. He said it's called the black mustard. He said, I'm gonna show you how to find the black mustard. He said this is one of the best tasting greens that you will ever find, and it mainly grows wild. I said, wow, how you know about all this? He said, man, if I didn't know how to do this, I would die. That's when he was struggling. But now we comfortable. I go to the store, I'm still looking for it. I only can go to the store to look for the black mustard green. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know how to go into the woods and look for it. You know what I'm saying? We done became fat and sleek. You know what I'm saying? And when you look at the obesity rates in the African American community, we have literally became fat. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm like, right. What in the hell is going on? You know what I'm saying? Look at the little kids. We got little obese kids.
Yeah.
I said, when did this? I mean, you know, and you got to ask yourself, when did this start? Yeah, they always was a little bit chunky, but even the chunky ones used to be able to get out and run all day. At least that's what I remember. Maybe I'm just romanticizing. I don't know.
But you know what? On a global perspective, white supremacy has instituted a plan, you know, across the world to slow down the progress of people of color everywhere in the world.
Well, they really slowed us down.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, without a doubt. I mean, and they are very efficient, you know, in their application and the administration of their plan. You know, you look at education. You know, when we were at the highest level of graduating from high school and college, and people don't realize this, that the education system that we are under today is the same in terms of the linear learning, you know, style from Caucasians. They never changed it. They never tweaked it. They never adjusted it for the inclusion of any other race except for Caucasians. And so for us to go into that education system and graduate and excel, to me, is a stroke of genius. Because you think about it, we had to change our whole learning style to learn, to have to be able to matriculate through the American educational system.
Man,
I mean, you had to change your natural style of learning. You know what I'm saying?
To get it right. You had to go outside yourself to really get it
right.
Now, you just gave me, because you said they're very efficient at what they're doing. So, I mean, I'm honestly starting to wonder, is it really working for them? You understand what I'm saying?
Because guess what? It's not working for them because you know what? Because the world population is becoming more browner. And see, and this is something that hasn't worked for them, is that they thought the Margaret Sanger, you know, and eugenics people, and with their abortion plan, you know, was going to slow down the population growth of people of color, and just the opposite has happened. Just the opposite has happened, and so now they are a minority race, you know, across the globe. So you're right, their plan has not really worked for them.
Oh yeah, they chicken becoming fat and sleek too. We ain't the only ones, you know what I'm saying? I mean, because I listen to these stories, but every week I'm like, I'm amazed, because it's almost as if our ancestors bottled these stories, bottled these proverbs, and just sent them forward in time. And I hope that we're doing the same. You know what I'm saying? I hope that our children will be able to look back on us and pour libations and be like, man, I'm so glad I had, or be reading one of our books, or listening to one of our conversations, and be able to use some of the information that we leave them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because legacy building is very important, man. And because we don't want our children to make the same mistakes that we made. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And we got to be bold enough, and hopefully they'll be bold enough. Because I don't, and this is a question I got to ask. Maybe Janice can help me with this one. I'm wondering, because I do discipline, and I'm wondering, are these kids bad because they're truly, I ain't even call them bad. Are these kids challenging because there's no repercussions for challenging? Because I remember when I was young, I always go back to this, that if there was a bad kid in our school, he was truly, or she was truly bad. Because there was always something that the teacher could do beyond sending you to the principal's office.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You really had to be bad. You know what I'm saying? It really had to be something either not right with you, or you was really going through something at home. Because, you know what I'm saying, there was a consequence, immediate consequence for behaviors. We took that out to school, and I'm wondering, are the kids really bad, or you know what I'm saying? Janice, you still here? She done went to sleep on us.
Oh, no, I haven't. I mean, Hatim, children are always a reflection of the adult.
Oh, wait, hold on. No, hey, don't be throwing rocks in the glass house. Don't be talking about my kids. I mean,
right? Nobody talking.
You supposed to go to bed, girl.
Not your kids.
Well, I mean, they're kind of bad because she's sitting right here waiting to jump on them. Go to bed.
She doesn't cooperate like that when you doing this.
No, yeah, she trying to take my seat, but I can dig it. But go ahead.
But they're always a reflection of the adults around them. And let me, when we were coming up, and I'm not saying all of them, but when we were coming up, you still had black people who were working. They found great value in work. They taught value to their children. They were still saying things like, go to school and get an education. And so I'm losing my train of thought.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what I think. Is that our kids are not bad. Our kids have been made. Our kids are poisoned.
Yeah.
Our kids are poisoned, and they are strangers. The behaviors that we see come out of our kids are real strange. You take the young man today, that we're dealing with, how he just hollers and screams and yells, and the few other ones that do that, I went to school, I don't remember, kids acting out like that.
I don't think the behavior of the kids today is strange in relation to what's going on with their parents.
I agree.
These kids' parents are not like our parents were. These kids are not coming from communities like we came from.
Right.
Things are really bad for these kids. A lot of these kids are raising themselves. And so those boundaries and
or being raised by other kids.
Are them boundaries and limits that all kids used to follow and live by, all of that is gone because too many, first of all standards and expectations are lower now than they used to be. We do not expect the same things from our children, from our teachers, from our parents. We just do not. Standards are low. Why do you think we got candidates like the ones we got?
Right. So really what you're saying is that...
You talking about the Great Pumpkin?
Right.
So we're really just looking at wilderness raised kids. Kids raised in the wilderness.
Yep.
Well, I wouldn't even say that the kids are being raised in the wilderness. I'm saying that the kids are being raised. Well, she said it at the beginning when she lost her thought. The children are a reflection of us.
Absolutely, right.
So they're not reflecting the wilderness. What they're reflecting is their parents. It's almost like they come to school and they tell on us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, man, I just did a news story. It was a group of kids in Florida. I don't know if y'all seen it. I showed you the piece, Charles, on Friday, where the little boys, it was 4 little boys, they stole a car in Florida, and they was driving the car around. The police caught them. They jumped out the car, ran, stole another car, and drove off. Then their friends came to court for them the next day. And as they walked into the courtroom, they started turning out. The parent was with them. They wouldn't listen to the parent. They wouldn't listen to the judge. They wouldn't listen to the police officer.
The kids started turning out?
The kids turned out in the courtroom. I'm talking about where all the kids that came to sit for their friends got taken out. They wouldn't listen to the parent. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't listen to the judge. They wouldn't listen to the police officer. They all got, let's say, 3 of them got held in contempt of court.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And my piece is, where did they get that from? You know what I'm saying? And I got to go back and I got to look at it because, like I said, I often go back and I often talk about the kids. But you're right, Janice. I need to really start focusing on.
I mean, and let me say this to you. Let me say this to you as the partial answer. I'll say it again just for the background purposes. I've been doing this education thing for 30 years. And for the last 5 years, I was working at the district level. I decided to go back into a school. When I went back into a school, my original responsibility was to teach teachers. But our kids were offered a special program, this special group of kids. But it required somebody like me to teach. And so what I'm saying right now is that I've met some of the most ignorant parents.
Oh my God.
I mean, the kids can't help but be half stupid because at home is stupid 1 and stupid 2.
Yeah.
And so I've developed a sensitiveness to these kids who really do show the most outrageous behavior because when you look in front of them at their parents, they're giving you all that they can give. I had to tell a young man today, I was asking him a question, and he was entertaining himself, acting stupid, like he didn't know. And so the third time he did it, I said, wait a minute, son, do you think I believe in the stereotypes about you? He said, what do you mean? I said, listen, they want you to believe you're stupid. I don't think you're stupid. I don't understand what you're doing right now, but the brain you had in class yesterday, you better dust it off and answer my question. I'm not accepting I don't know and a shrug of your shoulders like you doing a hip-hop video. Answer me. He said, well, let me think. I said, well, go ahead and think, honey. Take as much time as you need. And so he eventually answered, and I told him after class, don't you ever in your life express ignorance like that in a classroom where we're supposed to be growing minds. Don't you waste my educational time with that nonsense. That's stupid. I'm not accepting stupid from you. I said, you showed me you have a brain. It doesn't come and go, honey. It's there all the time. But his parents are 12 years older than him.
Wow.
And they're super ignorant.
Yeah,
and they believe in that bullshit about, they would have not chided him for that necessarily.
Right.
Oh yeah.
As a matter of fact, they might have came in school and supported that behavior.
Absolutely.
And you can tell the parents who talk about the teachers and the administration about what the kids when they come to school.
Absolutely. And by the way they behave.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
They say things to you like, "Don't yell at me. Don't put your hands on me. I don't have to take off my jacket." They with all that nonsense.
Right.
Right, man. You work where I work.
We all work in the same schools.
That's right. The same school. Yeah.
Man, and the problem. Challenge piece in. I mean, it's sort of like, because you challenged them. You know what I'm saying? And that's rites of passage, or what they call rites of passage, was about you challenging a person to go to the next level of their life. That's what it's ultimately about. You know what I'm saying? And there's not enough challenges outside of the test, because the tests prove what you know to other people. But we don't have tests where these kids get to prove what they know and who they are to themselves. They never get to push themselves beyond their limits. You know what I'm saying? Other than just academically. You know what I'm saying? How about some real thinking? How about some real in-depth thinking and some real conversations with live human beings? You know what I'm saying? We're busy trying to get 2 eggs out this hen, when the 1 egg that this hen is giving is actually good enough for us. We just got to look at the egg and make sure, you know what I'm saying? We just got to look at the egg and utilize that 1 egg in a proper way so that it'll benefit us and the hen. You know what I'm saying? But no, we say, hey, hell with 2 eggs. We get 3 eggs out this mug. You know what I'm saying? 3 eggs. You know what I'm saying? And we see in our story that if you try to get 2 eggs out of them, that the hen just stopped.
Right. It goes back to what I said earlier. I mean, this is simple, but it really speaks to it. The old saying, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
Right.
Yep.
You got something in your hand, but you see something over here. You say, well, you know what? I can double up. You know, but you end up with nothing. You know, and I tell you what, Janice, Tim and I, we have our own classroom where we teach every day now. Mm-hmm. Guess what that classroom is?
What? Where?
It's called in-school suspension.
Right.
What some people mean for bad, we done turn into good.
Right. Exactly.
Because we got a chance to at least see. For me, school for some of our kids is a hospital.
Yep.
It's a day hospital. The only problem is every day they go back home, they get sick again. You know what I'm saying? And then they come back to the hospital the next day, and what we try to do, and you try to do, is get them well enough so that they can begin to, take the medicine on their own, so they can begin to take care of themselves. But we got to continue to get them well for 8 hours. They go home and they get sick, come back and get well.
And it really is a virus, and we really do have to treat it, and the best inoculation against it is education. But those wraparound services that existed when we were in school, and they may not have been coordinated services, but we left home, and whether we ate or not, we ate at school, we exercised at school, we were taught to socially interact at school. We had classes called auditorium, where they taught you how to behave in social settings. So all of that now is gone. And even though the expectation when we were coming up was that parents teach that, the schools taught it. We don't have bells and whistles anymore. No. And we're struggling to teach the basics. So we really teach.
And they became a teacher because they needed to graduate, and they needed a job because they weren't able to pursue their dream. So we got a lot of frustrated people that are in teaching, that are teaching. They're frustrated, and it's like the kids come in with challenging. You mean I'm here to help you. You know what I'm saying? And the child is like, yo, I don't even feel you. Because you're not really there. You want to be an astronaut. You want to be a professional athlete. You wanted to be a scientist. You know what I'm saying? You want to be an engineer, but you weren't able to push yourself like you want to push your students.
Mm-hmm. And most teachers, they got this thing, backwards. Most teachers that I know today, they really want to be seen as educators. But our kids need teachers.
Yep.
Our kids need teachers. Our kids need somebody to teach them how to act, teach them how to learn, how to use their brain.
I ain't got time for that. I got to get ready for the test.
Okay, right, exactly.
No, but I mean,
Exactly,
and
ready
see,
for test.
because well, now I read this on a wise teacher's site. She says that you can't teach somebody. She said, "How can I teach somebody that hasn't been raised?" You know what I'm saying? How can I teach somebody that hasn't been raised? So in a sense, as the teachers, we have to have time. Like, this is why I tell everybody, and you know, a lot of people, I said we need to spend the first 2 weeks. I would say any school need to spend the first couple of weeks before you start talking about tests, before you start measuring intelligence. You need to teach the children how you want them to behave. You don't need to show the rules with them and tell them what they shouldn't do. You need to walk them through and teach them how to behave. Because depending on common sense will destroy us, because what's common in your life may not be common in the life of somebody who parent might be on dope, or might not be common with somebody who might be being raised by a grandmama that's 32 years old. You see what I'm saying? So we got to, we got to take the time to really get in there and spend some time teaching our children what we want from them and what we expect from them, and then start holding them responsible. And not just, and when I say hold them responsible, because for some reason I'm seeing teachers confused, and this is just in my experience. I'm seeing people, not even just teachers, I'm seeing people confusing punishment with discipline. Right. You don't want to discipline the child. You don't want the child to improve behaviors. You want to get them back. Right. You know what I'm saying? So we got a bunch of hens that's being, you know what I'm saying? We got a bunch of hens that actually I can't even say that the teachers are hens being, because they sure didn't increase your level of barley, did they? No. So rather than fatten you up, they done starved you to death so you can't even lay one egg. I mean, seriously, man, and education is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Because the good thing about having Janice on the show, when we start talking about education, she come from educators. She can remember when a teacher used to be able to take his kids on vacation. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? We got teachers with 2 jobs now. Y'all know that?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Now, I remember my daddy coming home late because he was at all different kids' houses, talking to their parents about, your kid is this and that. Teachers can't go into people's houses no more; they get killed.
Oh my God! You know what I'm saying? And the teacher has to. I mean, it's like we got either the starved hen mentality or the fat hen mentality. Neither one of them is laying eggs.
Right.
Neither one of them is showing that kuumba, that creativity to create that egg. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, we got a greedy farmhand that's trying to make you do more. You know what I'm saying? So regardless of whether you're hungry or whether you're fat, I want you to do more. I want you to produce more. But I think we kind of chopped this one up. Hopefully somebody out there got what they needed. You know what I'm saying? And what I want to do now is, because we are old, I'm trying to keep the shows down to an hour. And I know, seriously, I got a producer now, and it's one of my older daughters, and she pretty rough, and she let me know you got to cut it and all that. But hey, we need that. I don't know if you know, Janice. I started a morning. For those that don't know, I started a morning news show. I call it It's called AEOOO, or as my daughter told me, she said AO, and it stands for an empire of our own. You know what I'm saying? So every morning I'm trying to do the news podcast, and then I'm extending my show on Friday to really go in depth and talk about the news. So if either one of you ever available on Friday evening, you know what I'm saying, and you ain't sleep yet, come on out. Let's chop it up, because I'm serious, man. I mean, it's like we got to start, because we looking at the way we looking at these proverbs and these folk tales, right? We got to start getting people to get symbol literate so that they can really start seeing what is really going on in the world. What does this represent? It's deeper than just the great pumpkin running for the White House. It's deeper than that. You know what I'm saying? There's a little bit more to it. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit more than here. It's a little bit more to Hillary Clinton than what they telling you. You know what I'm saying? We got the ears of some people. So hey, we need to be the we need to.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what's more to her is she's in that bloodline. That's what's going on with Hillary Clinton. She's in the bloodline, and whether people like it or not, she's gonna be the next president of the United States. She's in that bloodline. Donald Trump gonna have a chance because he's not in the bloodline.
Well, all right, we gonna see. I mean, because
Barack Obama was in the bloodline in his first election. They said something about it real quickly, and then you never heard no more about it when they said he was related. They found he was related to Dick Cheney
and Bush and
Barack Obama is in the bloodline. That's how he became. You can't be president unless you're in the bloodline.
All right, we about to see. You know what I'm saying? Listen. I don't agree with the Great Pumpkin, but hey, he doing it, man. Great Pumpkin is doing something, And and for me,
the Great Pumpkin.
You know what he's doing, man.
You don't think he look like a pumpkin, Janice?
Yes, he looks exactly like him. So that's why I'm laughing.
Yeah. But you know what he's doing? He somewhere he made a bet with somebody that he could turn the presidential campaign into a reality show.
Oh, and it's brilliant. It's brilliant.
Oh yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because he has done it. Right?
He has done it.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? And you know what the name and that was one of the questions I said. I asked the people, what should be the name of Donald Trump's reality TV show? You know what I'm saying? That's one of the questions I asked. You know what I'm saying? Because that's all it is.
Yeah, when I ran for president, that's what we did.
Or how about when I fucked up the country?
Right.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Now, the only thing that I'm wondering now, and then we can go and shut this down, is, because at the same time Donald Trump is doing outrageous shit, Cat Williams is doing outrageous shit. So I wonder if they're working together.
Oh, man.
I think both of them doing a reality TV show. Cat Williams trying to get a reality TV show, and we know our boy is already filming a reality TV show. So, hey, I want to thank both of y'all for being on, for taking the time to come and share your wisdom. I want to send shouts out to the ancestor, Aesop. I want to thank everybody that's taking the time to listen live and now. But what I have to do right now is I have to go on and send some shouts out to my sponsors. So y'all can hold on.
Okay.
Or if y'all want to, I'll catch y'all next week.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
I'll see you tomorrow. Janice.
Have a good night. Have a good night.
You do the same.
All right.
The word is spreading. More and more people are switching to Ambit Energy.
Well, one of my neighbors switched, and then I switched. Now the whole neighborhood has Ambit.
Who doesn't want to save money?
The word is spreading. Switching to Ambit Energy is rewarding in more ways than one.
I signed up and got a travel reward. That's nice.
Oh, I get to save on energy and on travel?
There's a cruise for two out there just a few thousand kilowatts away. I can almost smell the sunscreen.
The word is spreading. Ambit Energy even lets you earn free energy.
When I get 15 friends to switch, I get free energy. I have 15 friends. At least I think I do.
Hey, I'd be telling people to switch to Ambit anyway.
If you'd like to switch to Ambit Energy, listen to the following contact information closely. Then spread the word.
All right. Spread the word. Giami Journey is a consultant of Ambit Energy. And we're working together and we're using it as a fundraiser. So when you sign up through Giami Journey, not only can we save you money, you also help support all of our efforts. Like, for example, this weekend, we're taking a group of young people and some adults down to the museum, the Underground Railroad Museum in Cincinnati. So make sure that you at least check us out, see how much we can save you. Hit us up at Gyame Journey, GYENYAMEJOURNEY.energy526.com. Or those of you that are on Facebook, just look up Gyame Journey Energy. Just go Facebook.com/GNJ Energy, right? And it'll take you straight to our site. Click first, like the page, and then sign up. And in the sign up, all you gotta do, I don't expect you just to go in and sign up. What I want you to do is to just click the sign up button and go in and see how much money we can save you. And if you can't do that, hit me up. If you want to support, just hit me up at 5614-594-9422, and I can help you sign up. Also, you can hit me up at HA2TIM at GyameJourney.com. That's right. This is Brother High Tim, and I'd like to thank everybody that joined me, that took the time and showed love and came out and supported. Remember, you are now listening to Gyame Journey Radio. Of course, you know this is a Heart of a Simba production. Thank you for taking the time to listen to Folktales for Grown Folks. And hopefully we shattered some of those. We blew up and exploded and destroyed some of those paradigms. And with that, Brother Hatim says peace.
Mr. Diddy.
tonight, yo. Hey. About the freestyle, about the flow, let it go. Y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh, the music stopped, man. I was just about to bust the flow. Oh, man. I was just about to rhyme, but the beat went off, man. I'm here tonight. Got a full house. It's one of those nights where my babies don't have to go to bed, so I want them to see how this stuff works. So as they grow up, they'll be working the boards. Yep, I believe in the Joe Jackson method of educating children. I'm getting them ready early. I caught Gina with the mic, so I gave her first official brown whack. So I'm on Joe Jackson her and Williams, Mr. Williams, them all the way to greatness. They don't know. Hey, we gotta work with what we got, right? So I know what I do. I know I run my mouth. So my children will be experts at running their mouths. Now tonight, we are truly blessed. We have Sister Janice in the house. Give it up for Sister Janice for joining us tonight once again. There's 2 nights in a row. Man, even Miss Sasha's clapping for that one. And we also have the amazing, the traveler, Brother D on the line. Give it up for Brother D. Oh, got the girls clapping. All right, Gina, you got something you want to say to the people? Why? Since you my oldest daughter in the room. All right, you my oldest daughter in the room. You know what I'm saying? But not in the world, but you're the oldest daughter in the room. Go on, say hi to the people.
Hi.
All right, you got anything you want to tell them?
Hi.
Huh?
Yes.
Go ahead, say what you need to say so I get my show rolling.
I know how to spell skip.
I knew you was going. All right, go on, spell skip for the people, please. Go on, let's go and get this skip because I want you to move beyond. Hey, I'm glad she got the word skip mastered because she be struggling with spelling. So go on, give it up. Let me hear you spell skip, girl.
S-K-I-P.
Word. Oh, man. All right, Pastor Mark, the world is listening. You got something you want to say? Go on, say it. Speak your mind. Go ahead. It's your chance.
I know how to spell speak.
Oh, you know how to spell speak? You sure you want to spell speak? Go ahead, spell speak.
S.
Uh-huh. I. S-I.
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 S-I. Skip.
So, okay. All right, give it up for Sasha Marsh. You know, I'm not going to be mean. I could have put on the silent. But I want, nice try, baby. Don't be scared to mess up because that's how you learn. You learn by making mistakes. That's how we do it, right? All right, so now, we're on the journey. For those that don't know, I'd like to welcome you to Giame Journey Radio. I'm your host, Brother Hatim, and you are now listening to Folktales for Grown Folks, also known from this day forth as FFGF. Folktales for Grown Folks. And this is a Heart of a Simba production, where we strive to blow up those old paradigms. Blow them up! And this folktale that we have tonight is a paradigm blower upper. I didn't know what other words to use. I don't even know blower uppers. It don't matter. It's the thought. Spell that? Blower upper. B-L-R U-P-R. Yeah, how you spell it, Sash? Sash gave me the nod, so I get a round of applause. That's right. Sash gave me the nod. Word. All right. So.
The approval of the mosh.
Hey, I got the approval of the mosh. We're going to kick it. So, now, here we are. I don't even know what show this is far as Folktales for Grown Folks. But I know, according to this book, we are on 186. So I know we got at least 100 and probably 180 folktales up under our belt. Tomorrow I will be doing day 89 out of our book, Geometry Journey Handbook. We will be ending. Next week will be the last one from the book. And we are going to move into the African Opens to the Tree of Life. I've been telling you about this book for years. I'm going to bust the book out, and we are going to get into it and get deep. I think I might do 2 or 3 proverbs per session until I get to the second book in the book. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on my freestyle music.
Uh-oh.
Alright, so we got the freestyle music going. It's down low enough so that everybody can be heard. Let me go adjust it a little bit. Alright, so we got the freestyle music. I don't see no green. There we go. I want to see just a little bit of green. Just low enough so that we can get this conversation pumping, get it moving, get it hyped. Because this one that I'm about to read is a life changer. For anybody who want to join the conversation, hit us up at 614-556-4535. Also, those that just want to listen on the internet, go to Spreaker.com and look up Folktales for Grown Folks. It'll pop right up. Alright, now, the name of the folktale today is The Ass and the Old Shepherd. Alright? Alright, listen kids. Hold on. I'm about to read. I'm almost finished. Alright. A shepherd, watching his ass feeding in a meadow, was alarmed all of a sudden by the cries of the enemy. He appealed to the ass to fly with him, lest they should both be captured. But the animal lazily replied, "Why should I pray? Do you think it is likely the conqueror will place on me 2 sets of panniers?" "No," rejoined the shepherd. Then said the ass, "As long as I carry the panniers, what matters it to me whom I serve?" For those that don't know, panniers are like saddlebags. I'm going to read it and place the word saddlebags in place, and then we'll go and we'll do the moral. A shepherd, watching his ass feeding in a meadow, was alarmed all of a sudden by the cries of the enemy. He appealed to the ass to fly with him, lest they should both be captured. But the animal lazily replied, "Why should I pray? Do you think it is likely that the conqueror will place on me 2 sets of saddlebags?" "No," rejoined the shepherd. Then said the ass, "As long as I carry the saddlebags, what matters it to me whom I serve?" The moral says, in a change of government. Wait. I need y'all to listen to this shit. Y'all ready? In the change of a government, the poor change nothing beyond the name of their master. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look, this stuff falls right in line with what we going through right now. Right now. Oh my goodness. Miss Riley, did you hear this?
I'm right here.
I didn't pick this. I mean, I'm following the order of the book, and in a change of government, the poor change nothing beyond the name of their master. Now, Asaph, Oh my God! I mean, we always got to go through the history of Aesop. I mean, I'm just amazed that it's almost as if Aesop is looking at us and sending these styles psychically to us. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, boom, we are in an election year. And a lot of people, see, all right, who wants to hit this one first? Who want to hit it first? I'm throwing it out there. Gina, you just raising your hand. Y'all want Gina to go first? All right, so all right, I hit it. So now, first things first for me. When I read this one, so we have a shepherd. They call it the old shepherd. So I'm still exploring the title because it could have just been shepherd, but for some reason it's called the ass and the old shepherd. So within the title alone, I'm quite sure that there is some Jews foolish. But Aesop, in putting this one together, was trying to make a pertinent point. Now for me, because I was as I was riding yesterday and been going through the weekend, a saying by Harriet Tubman was ringing in my head. And then I got to work and I was talking to Brother Charles, and Charles brought up the proverb again. And the proverb states that Harriet Tubman says that she could have freed maybe 3 times as many black folks if they only knew they were slaves. And when I read this one, I can't help but to feel what the ass is saying, right? Because unlike a lot of people, because in many cases, some of us are asses, right? But many of us are not like this ass, because the one thing that I can salute this ass on is the fact that this ass knows that it's a slave. And if you read some of the other translations, he's very clear that he understands his place. I'm a servant. I'm meant to be a servant, so it don't matter who I serve, right? So this ass is of no illusion. He has no choice in the matter. I am going to be a slave, whether I'm a slave to you or I'm a slave to somebody else. Now this old shepherd, maybe the old represents something that's been around this dude for a long time. And this ass finally decided, I'm going to stop running behind this man because he ain't going to do me no better than anybody else. You know what I'm saying? And I can't help but think about black folks' relationship with the Democratic Party. I can't help but think about some of our relationship with some of the jobs we have. You know what I'm saying? Well, we remain loyal as black people for some reason. I ain't going to even just say black people. For some reason, poor folks remain loyal to individuals as if these individuals are actually going to bring some change to their lives, right? Many of us are under the illusion, unlike this ass. See, because some of us, basically what it's saying to me in this instance is that some of us may not be as smart as an ass, because we honestly think that we have choice. Because somebody throws 2 things on the table and say, you have the opportunity to choose between these 2. That's not free. You know what I'm saying? That's not really a choice. You know what I'm saying? I got one or the other. You know what I'm saying? You can hit me with the hammer or you can hit me with the sledgehammer. One out. Oh, you like that? Oh, I got a born rebel over here. Hey, Janice, I hope you still taking students, because she ready. She ready. So I'm gonna let it rest on that one for a minute. Anybody else want to get in? Because I'm about to go in, because I got some more.
Me.
Hush.
You hit the title, and we're talking about the characters. An old shepherd in the natural order of things would be one who has led a lot of whatever.
Ooh.
Whatever. And you would imagine that if they've led lots and they've lived long, hence old shepherds, that they would be wise. But one of the things I talk about all the time, wisdom, the notion of...
I'm listening. You still there? Uh-oh. What happened? Janice? Hello?
Hello?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I don't know what happened. Oh shit, I know what happened.
Whatever you're talking about, there's always a juxtaposition. And so, while we might talk about an ass might be thought of as not that bright, but the question you have to ask is, once you determine if all you do is get sent places by someone or someone puts shit on you to take it places, and you behave accordingly, then, you know, are you not smart? You certainly understand your role. So, you know, now revolutionary thinking people would say, no, you're not smart because you have the power to change your role. But if the ass believes their role is that limited, then what else will they strive for? So that's just me talking about the title. So go ahead.
No, and I'm like, because let me turn my mic down now. Let me go to the Google Plus, because there is a link on my invite that I sent out to Google Plus to another folktale. Hold on, boom. Because they kind of speak to this, because it took me to the old one. I gotta find another one. I ain't gonna worry about it right now. But basically, when you look at the other translations, because there's other translations, when you look at the other translations of this, the ass basically admits to what he is, right? And for me, what that represents is that the ass mind state is set. I mean, because really, one of the things that come across when you talk about asses and donkeys is a stubbornness. They get fixed in a certain mind state, in a lifestyle. Like some of us, we get fixed, we get stuck. So the ass is like, I am a beast of burden, and that's all I'm ever gonna be. So the ass, in a sense, is only limited by its perception of its world and its reality. Like many of us, you know what I'm saying? We still blame others for some of the situations we in, but some of the situations we are in are now not being generated necessarily by the enemy, but it's being generated by us. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost as if we have resigned our fate to the outside world. We resigned our fate. You know what I'm saying? And we are very limited in what we could do because we have limited ourselves. We're like that beast of burden. What does it matter? You know what I'm saying? I'm just a beast of burden. That's all I'm ever going to be. So stop bothering me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not running no more. You know, because I agree with you, because as a revolutionary, a person with a revolutionary mind state would be, oh, that's foolish. But this individual, that's the ass, has resigned himself to its fate. So it's not fighting it. It don't care. It don't matter whether I carry bags for this dude or that dude. You know what I'm saying? Basically, what needs to happen is him and all his ass brothers need to come together and have an ass revolution. The asses need to revolt. You know what I'm saying? But because they're separate, because think about this. You only hear about him. You don't hear about the other asses. You know what I'm saying? It's just him. And he has been working with this one old shepherd that has been leading others. So the old shepherd, like you said, the old shepherd, I mean, think about how many old shepherds we got in the black community. Whether they're old pastors or whether they're old teachers or whether they're old politicians. You know what I'm saying? We got a bunch of old shepherds that's saying, hey, we got to run. The great pumpkin is coming. We got to run. The bad Republicans is coming. We got to run. The bad conservatives are coming. Come on. You know what I'm saying? And some of us have become so frustrated now, like myself. I'm like the ass in many ways. I'm like, man, I'm not running. You know, I mean, what difference does it make who's in office? You know what I'm saying? Because in the change of government, because that moral is dope. In the change of government, the poor change nothing beyond the name of their master. Because not one of these individuals that are claiming to want to be in leadership, whether in the black community, whether in the black church, whether in some of these black businesses, none of them can actually change my present state, or are willing to change the present state of me and mine. So I just wanted to drop that. I see Brother D is on the line. He awful quiet today, but hey, it is what it is. So you just dropped something on the title. You got something else for me? Sister Janice.
Hello? Yes?
Yeah, you just dropped something on the title. You got something else?
No, just you keep going.
All right. So now, let's go. Now I'm going to read through it one more time. Those that want to join the conversation, hit me up at 614-556-4535. Also, Brother D, you sitting out there, if you got something you want to share, feel free to share. A shepherd watching his ass feeding in a meadow was alarmed all of a sudden by the cries of the enemy. He appealed to the ass to fly with him, lest they should both be captured. But the animal lazily replied, "Why should I pray? Do you think it likely that the conqueror will place on me a set of saddlebags? No, 2 sets of saddlebags? No," rejoined the shepherd. Then said the ass, "As long as I carry the saddlebag, what matters it to me whom I serve? My burden's not going to change." And see, that's that's the illusion that we get sold on. We get sold on, regardless of what type of leadership we're talking about. We get sold on the fact, we get sold on the illusion that they are going to lighten the load. But my question is, regardless of whether or not they lighten the load, a slave is still a slave.
That's the point Harriet was making. They accepted their condition.
They accepted their condition. This ass, see,
her thing was they just would have understood
there you go.
that they were slaves. The fact that if they understood, they could do something different. They could run away.
They could run away.
She said I could have freed 10,000 more.
If they only knew. You know what I'm saying? If they only knew. And for me, I listened to the story about this ass, and I see somebody that is ready for a Harriet Tubman-like person. A lot of our people never made it to this state. Go ahead, Brother D.
All right, I was taking care of some daddy duty stuff out, so I was only able to listen and not able to participate in the conversation just yet. That's it. But I think the thing that caught me too, with the shepherd, typically you think when you're thinking of a shepherd, you think of them looking over a flock of sheep and not worried about it and ask who's a beast of burden. So typically you look at the shepherd trying to lead their flock to other places and not so much worried about the beast of burden. And so, but yeah, then again, you think about herdsmen that will take cattle and lead them somewhere. So I guess the thing that really sticks out to me too, when you get into the moral and talking about in a change of government or a change of leadership or rulership, the people that have been beat down and walked over. And say, well, it gets to a point where it doesn't matter who's walking over me. I'm still getting the same thing that I've always got, so I can't expect anything any better or any worse.
Hey, I just thought about what you were saying too, because he's not even a good shepherd. I mean, really, he don't have a flock. I just thought about that shit. They purposely put shepherd. They didn't put herdsman. They didn't put farmer. They said a shepherd. So we got a shepherd that's trying to pull our ass. It don't say nothing about him trying to save his flock. You know what I'm saying? And so we have somebody that's not even a good shepherd that's running and trying to convince the ass to move with him, supposedly to freedom. right? So he, you know what I'm saying? He's not even good at what he does. So, you know, all this time now, the shepherd is old, so I imagine that he had this ass for a while, and the ass is like, man, I'm not going with you. It don't matter no more. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the ass is waiting for his Harriet Tubman. You know what I'm saying? Because really, this is where you have to be in order to move to slavery. That's where you got to be. Damn, I'm a slave. It's sort of like being an alcoholic. You can't really stop being an alcoholic. You can't really stop being a drug addict until...
So you admit that there's a problem.
There's a problem. Black folks... Go ahead.
Because I guess the other thing that I glean from it is that sometimes individuals that may have been in leadership for a long time, or the mantle should have passed on to someone else, and they're still hanging on to it. They're trying to lead individuals that truly aren't theirs to lead.
Oh my God!
They speaking to individuals who their message isn't meant for, or their message is outdated.
Man, I just thought about this too. So not only is he a poor shepherd, he's not even a good family man, because he's an old shepherd. Old shepherds are supposed to have sons that's supposed to take over the flocks, but he didn't even have a flock. So he wasn't even, not only wasn't he a good leader, he wasn't a good businessman. The only thing he got, because think about it, he's trying to run. The only thing he got is an ass. That's it. He's not trying to run for his family. He's not trying to run for his children. He's not trying to push his flock away. He's trying to pull an ass. The ass is all he has. And he's trying to convince the ass that it's time to move on. And it's like, man, it don't even matter. I mean, because, you know, so this is for us as black folks, man. We got a crew of so-called leaders that aren't good leaders, that aren't good family men, that aren't good businessmen, that's trying to pull us and say, hey, follow this, because in a sense they're using the same thing that this shepherd is using. Because think about how people approach the black community. It's always with fear. It's been fear since I was young, and it was fear before I was young. I mean, before I was born. It's always been fear. Oh, y'all need to come with us as black people because, you know, the Democrats don't like you, or the Republicans don't like you, or you need to vote with us. You know what I'm saying? You need to run with us. Don't get out, Sasha. Fear. You know what I'm saying? And we need to we got to divorce ourselves from that. You know what I'm saying?
You look at the fear piece in that first sentence. It said he was alarmed all of a sudden by the cries of the enemy. Didn't say how close, how far away the enemy was. It's just that there was this sound that let him know that the enemy was close. And he immediately started wanting to run. So in my mind, there had to already be a sense that the opposition was coming. So he didn't even prepare to defend the land that was his. He was prepared to run.
Wow. So he cowardly too. God damn. I mean, this sound like what we in right now. Cowardly, sorry ass leaders that are full of fuckery, which means I need to put on my alarm. Intergalactic fuckery. That's right. They're full of that intergalactic fuckery. And because they're so full of fuckery, we have been stuck in the same place. So now you brought up the point that obviously the enemy just didn't surprise him on the meadow. There had to be some sign prior to that they was coming, because it takes time to move an army. An army can't go unnoticed, especially back then, because even if the army will be coming through the meadow or coming through the woods, the animals will run out before them. If they was coming down the road, the dust would be rising, right? So there was a signal. There had to be some type of warning that the enemy was coming. And this man didn't see it until it was too late. So rather than defending his land, because he ain't got nobody defending with him, he ain't no talk about anybody else being around him, ain't no talk about any of his sons as shepherd, there's no talk of a flock. The only thing that's left is an ass, his trusty ass, and his ass have finally got tired of him too. You know what, homie? They're gonna make me carry 2 bags. Nah, probably not. Well, shit, I ain't going nowhere. I ain't going nowhere. I mean, really, where we gonna run to? Because really, think about this. Where was it that they were going to run? If he was a shepherd without a flock, if he was an old shepherd without a family, if he was a poor leader, and he couldn't read the signs of the times, where the hell was he going to take the ass? And how long would they be able to avoid the army and avoid other troubles? You know, I mean, and for me, this is like a picture of our community. You know what I'm saying? This is a picture of our community, right? I mean, we're full of old shepherds, old lost shepherds. Our community, old lost shepherds. And those that are listening, just because I say old, it doesn't mean just old in age. It could be your methods. It could be the thoughts. It could be the strategies. You know what I'm saying? Old doesn't just have to mean that you just aged. It means that something that you're doing is old and is holding us in place. It's holding us frozen. I don't think it's allowing us to admit what this ass admitted. I'm a beast of burden. You know what I'm saying? How are we gonna get free if we never admit to the fact that we're not? How are we ever gonna nation build if we admit that we don't have a nation? You know what I'm saying? How are we gonna educate our children when we can't admit what we really need? You know, so those are some of the questions. But I won't belabor this one. Any other points? All minds clear? I guess so. You all right, Miss Janice?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, I gotta come to Detroit and check you out because you've been quiet.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. All right, are y'all on spring break up there?
Yeah.
Good. So you getting rest?
Another couple days. Yeah, amen.
Okay, cool. All right. So, hey, I want to thank everybody that took the time to listen to this now as well as in the future. Make sure you like Geometry Journey on Facebook. You can also subscribe to our channel on YouTube. Also, for those that's interested in supporting Geometry, I'm about to put on our commercial. But I want to thank my people for joining me, Brother Devin, as well as the beautiful Miss Janice Raleigh. And you got to spell it right or she'll jump on you because she got violent. I don't blame her, because you put in a lot of work. And your name ring bells, baby. So you supposed to get upset about that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the commercial and then I will close out.
Alrighty, later.
Bye-bye.
The word is spreading. More and more people are switching to Ambit Energy.
Well, one of my neighbors switched, and then I switched. Now the whole neighborhood has Ambit.
Who doesn't want to save money?
The word is spreading. Switching to Ambit Energy is rewarding in more ways than one.
I signed up and got a travel reward. That's nice.
Oh, I get to save on energy and on travel?
There's a cruise for 2 out there just a few thousand kilowatts away. I can almost smell the sunscreen.
The word is spreading. Ambit Energy even lets you earn free energy.
When I get 15 friends to switch, I get free energy. I have 15 friends. At least I think I do.
Hey, I'd be telling people to switch to Ambit anyway.
If you'd like to switch to Ambit Energy, listen to the following contact information closely. Then spread the word.
Alright. Giami Journey is a consultant of Ambit Energy. We can provide those in Central Ohio and every other state where there's an Ambit. We can supply you with your energy, your electricity, and in some cases your gas. And by you signing up with us, not only can we save you money, not only every time you pay your bill can you earn travel points, but every time you pay your bills, you know for a fact that some of your money is going to help us at Giami Journey to do things like the thing that we did this past weekend. We was able to we took like 31 kids to the and adults and some adults to the Underground Railroad Museum in Cincinnati. We got to see the Ohio River and have a discussion. As a matter of fact, I have a radio show on one of my podcasts about that whole trip. Also, we also get to do things like the Brenner. I just posted up the show with the Brenner. Go and check it out. We were joined by Brother Glenn Harris, who shares some pertinent information about fatherhood with us, the father and son Brenner. But we got a lot more stuff to do within this year, and we need your support. So hit us up on Ambit. Let us see how much money we can save on your electric bill, and I will be uploading other ways that you can help us as well. All right, if you don't want to do the Ambit, I got other things you can do. But for those that are interested in Ambit, those that are interested in paying your electric bill and allowing us to help you and allowing you to help us, you can hit us up at 614-594-9422, or you can go to our Facebook page at facebook.com/Giami Journey Energy or GNJ Energy. Come check us out. Let us help you. And by you letting us help you, we're going to save you money. You're going to get some travel points. You're going to be able to take some nice trips. And you will be involved in some serious nation-building activity. All right. This is Brother High Tim saying peace. And I want to remind you that you are now listening to Giami Journey Radio. It's moving slow. And this is a Heart of a Simple production. And you're listening to Folktales for Grown Folks, where we strive to blow up those old paradigms. There we go. So, I'm going to give all you a hand that took the time to listen. You deserve it. And we are out.
Mr. Deity. Mr. Deity.
Hold up. Oh my God, it's moving so slow. It's killing me softly. It ain't even killing me softly. I don't know what's going on, but hey, this is Folktales for Grown Folks. And of course, you know this is Giame Journey Radio. I am your host. I don't know what's going on, people, but hey, we still gonna kick it tonight. Listen, I am your host, Brother Hot Tim, and this is a Heart of a Simmer production. We strive. Woo, it's moving slow. Where we strive to always blow up those old paradigms. Alright, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna put on my solo music, not my solo, my freestyle music, and we're gonna jump into a quick discussion, then we're gonna get into the folktale because tonight is my 200th episode. So hold on. Alright, it appears that that's moving a little bit faster, so we're going to turn that down a little bit. It's down a little bit too low. Don't want it all the way down. Don't want it off. Alright, so, hey, tonight is the 200th episode of Folktales for Grown Folks. So that means we have done this over 200 times. We have covered 200 pieces of crystallized wisdom by our ancestor Aesop. Now, I would hope that people would join in as they join us. You know what I'm saying? I want people to share possibly some of their favorite folk tales or some stuff that they got from it before we jump into this. And if not, that's cool too. But the piece is, this is the 200th episode. And one thing that, you know, I might not be the best writer, I might not be the best speaker, but I'm pretty damn consistent, I will say. You know what I'm saying? We did this 200 times, right? So now, for those that don't know, in the mornings, most mornings, I do a show called AO, right? It stands for AEOOO, an empire of our own, right? And it's basically a news show where I go through the news. And for those that don't know, Mr. Trailer let me know yesterday was the anniversary for, I don't know if we can call it anniversary, but it marks the day that Martin Luther King was assassinated. And also today marks the date that some reporters or some activists broke into the offices and liberated some files from the FBI about the COINTEL program, bringing to the public the knowledge that the government, the U.S. government, was spying and subverting its own citizens, right? You know what I'm saying? And I think it's important that we stick with that, stick with those those ideas, right? Because the piece is the government worked to subvert its own people, and in working to subvert its own people, the one thing that we do know is that if we are not vigilant as citizens in this country, regardless of whether you love America, regardless of whether you hate America, if you live here, you need to really listen. We need to be vigilant members of the society, because if not, they will snatch our freedom from us, because they have already shown that they're trying to take our freedom from us. And if we look at what's going on as this society moves into, as some people call it, an oligarchy, you know what I'm saying? Or as it moved back to feudalism, because it seems that the money and the power is being concentrated in a smaller and smaller group's hands. And as it moves into those people's hands, right, we need to be prepared. You know what I'm saying? Because we think it's bad now. It may get a lot worse, right? So, And what the COINTEL program showed us is that the government is working against those. Many of the people that might be on the call with me right now might have stories about being under surveillance, being persecuted, being denied opportunities because they had the spirit to talk up, right? And you know, in a sense, what Aesop Fables represent to me is one of our elders using the medium of his time to speak out. And because he did it so slickly, and he didn't say, you white racist cracker, he didn't say, you dumb nigga, you know what I'm saying? He didn't say none of that. What he said was, you dumb ass, and you slick fox, and you clumsy monkey, and you sheep-like beings. You know what I'm saying? And he used these metaphors that people can identify with, right? And so, I don't know where the hell I was going with that. I just felt like doing it. So, alright. But hey, tonight I'm joined by some marvelous folks. I gotta get to my applause because these people deserve applause. And the music went all the way off on me. I do not know what's going on. It could be COINTELPRO. I told you they wasn't done with it. Alright, so tonight, first, I'd like to introduce, there it go again, why is it doing this to me? Alright, don't matter. First, we got Miss Janice Raleigh out of Detroit, Michigan. She's joining us tonight. Give it up for her. Sorry, my audience. They're slow, they may have been drinking. And, you know, everything is moving slow. And also we're joined by Mr. Charles Traylor. So we about to step into this folktale real quick. But before we even go into the folktale, Miss Janice, I'm gonna leave the mic open for you.
What did you just say?
Huh?
What did you just say? I didn't hear you.
No, I said before we go into the folktale, Miss Janice, do you have something that you want to share with the folk?
I don't. Well, no, I don't. Go ahead.
You said, well, come on now. Don't be holding out on us.
No, I'm good. Let's do it. I want you to read the folktale. Really, I want to hear. Because I haven't read it today. I want to know what's up today.
Oh, girl, I got one for you.
Good.
This is a life changer. I posted on Facebook. It's a life changer. People don't even know what they be missing because this one is dope. But I got another one, right? And I don't know. And I'm so, you know how sometimes you read ahead? I just happen to be looking on my list because what I do is I categorize each one of these folktales, or I have people categorizing them for me. And we have an event coming up at the school for self-determination. And I'm looking for a folktale to tell to the kids because you know I got to be very careful because you can't say ass with kids because they don't get it, right? You know what I'm saying? But I'm looking down the list for self-determination, and one that popped out to me was the bitch and her whelps. Now, the bitch and her whelps. This is an actual folktale. It is not. It's not a porno. It's an actual folktale, but it's one of those folktales that not only this one is a social political statement, a social political idea that when you really understand it, you see what's going on in the world, you see what happened to us in Egypt, you see what happened to us in West Africa, you see what happened to the Native Americans. I mean, y'all got to check that one out. I'm gonna stop right there, but you have to check that one out. But the one tonight is called The Kite and the Swans. But before we move into that, Mr. Traylor, I know you chomping at the bit, man. You got something you want to say to the folks out there?
Well, you know, I'm just waiting for you to get into.
Well, you know I got to. You know I'm learning, man. I'm trying to keep them baited. I'm trying to, build up the tension, right, man. Because this one is dope.
Well, I mean, just like my second one, I just wanted to hear from some people who have been on, on a lot of those other to get some idea of what they have gained in knowledge and wisdom.
Well, hey, maybe they'll write it down or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But hey, because right now it's you two. I'm waiting for some other people, but if they don't show, we kick it anyway, right? Here we go. The Kite and the Swans. Now, I need to stress for those people that are new. Brother Devin brought to my attention because I ran into a lot of folk tales from Aesop with the word kite. I thought it was the actual kite, but a kite actually is a bird. Is a bird of prey. It looks like a hawk, but it's not a hawk. I think it's a little bit smaller than a hawk. So, wow, that was loud. All right, so here we go. Tea kites of olden times, as well as the swans, had the privilege of song. But having heard the neigh of the horse, they were so enchanted with the sound that they tried to imitate it. And in trying to neigh, they forgot how to sing. Oh. Wait a minute. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I don't know if y'all can hear that. I had to put on explosion. I'm going to read that one more time. Then I'm going to go into the moral. It says, tea kites of olden times, as well as the swans, had the privilege of song. But having heard the neigh of the horse, they were so enchanted with the sound that they tried to imitate it. And in trying to neigh, they forgot how to sing. And the moral is the desire for imaginary benefits often involves the loss of present blessings.
Read that again. What?
The desire for imaginary benefits often involves the loss of present blessings. Now, if that is not a message sent straight from the ancestors to black folks, I don't know what is. It couldn't be clear. I mean, for me, it couldn't be clear. I read this one, I said, whoa, not only for my life, but as a group. Oh my God, this one right here. Do y'all want me to jump in on it, or anybody want to get it? What's going on?
When I first read it, it's something I must see. Because as you stated, man, it couldn't be, there was no clear message, that was sent, from our ancestor Aesop, and then that fable right there, it says it all about, the journey of black folks, that we've always looked at what we've identified with our oppressor, so much that we long to be near and dear, to our oppressor, so much so that we saw some imaginary benefits of being integrated and assimilated into their culture and their morals and their ways, that we abandoned the most precious, gifts, that we had. And first and foremost was our freedom to think, as a group, as we please. We left the segregated sanctity of being able to do for ourselves for integrated slavery, and we thought that everything that we saw them with, we wanted to be so much like them that we didn't forgot who we were. We gave them our whole identity. We lost our black mind trying to chase after those imaginary benefits, that really came out to be a mirage, an oasis of, I'm trying to think of what the word, an oasis of I just can't get the other word out there.
In a desert of despair, because Oasis is a rest spot. So I think maybe what you might be trying to say is a desert. We gave up.
Yeah.
We gave up paradise.
No. You're not an oasis, a desert of despair.
Man, now first off, I've heard a horse name, but they call it name for a reason. It's not singing. It's a horse making a sound. But the swan and the kites had a beautiful song according to the ancients. And they gave up something beautiful, trying to imitate something ugly. I mean, we got kids. I mean, and what's cold-blooded about these proverbs is that they're layered, man. And it's like, this one could be, it's not, like I always say, they're not just for kids. Because a child could get a lesson out of this, or a large group. You know what I'm saying? Giving up something beautiful, something that comes from you, something that vibrates, that moves up through your soul, for something ugly and outside yourself, something that's not in your nature, something that Aesop described as imaginary, an illusion. You know what I'm saying? We gave up our wealth. We gave up our black mind for a white ghost, for a white image. You know what I'm saying? And we're paying for it now. We've been doing it. We slowly been doing it probably since maybe the late 40s, early 50s. We've been totally giving it. I mean, because it's incredible to me when you look at it. Right when we left the plantations, you know what I'm saying? We started building. Somewhere in between World War II and now, well, I ain't even gonna say now, World War II and the 60s, 65, 67, well, let's say 70s, we lost our goddamn mind. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we literally lost our minds, because people blame it on slavery. But when I'm looking, my view of history, and it's just my view, coming out of slavery, we still maintained some semblance of who we were. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't totally pursuing those images and those imaginations. We was trying to put our families back together. We was trying to rebuild our minds. We was probably working on our emotions. But something happened as we moved into these cities and started wanting to be with them. And I'm like, oh my God, I read this and I said, oh man. And then I'm looking at how, even in my professional life, you know what I'm saying? Even in my professional life, sometimes I may even look at some of the innovations that they supposedly have, and I'm giving up me. I'm giving up things that come from me for that. I'm giving up fucking illusion. I'm giving up what's real, what I'm able to master, what I'm the best at, for illusions.
We are not. I look at it also from the perspective that in our most natural state, we are the kindest, nicest, lovingest, gentlest, caringest, compassionate, sensitive, sharing people on the face of the earth. That's us when we are natural. We're in our natural self. And we bought this delusion that took us away from our natural self. Even with our women, you know, naturally beautiful, but will, you know, fall for this imaginary, you know, beauty that white folks have created for us to take our women away from their natural beauty.
And take men away from how we are supposed to be naturally as well. You know,
exactly.
Because you said all that.
Wait,
right?
let me just say this though, as the only woman on the call. I think that, I don't mean this disrespectfully at all, but I think that both of you are really missing how much weight how much weight the definition of beauty to a woman is connected to what they believe men believe. And so because I know for a fact that many of my sisters who are adding hair and adding lashes and adding butts and adding breasts, they are doing that not because they think they hate themselves. They're doing it because they believe they think that's what y'all want. They think that's what y'all think is attractive. And part of their belief comes from this constant imagery that we are all exposed to, that sort of intimates what a man wants. It takes an incredibly strong sister with a great deal of self-knowledge and self-love to understand I'm just going to be me, and a man will love all of me. Because when you do all those things to yourself, when the lights come on, if he's close to you, he's going to see that it's not real. And then what do you have?
So in a sense, we all been chasing illusions. So, I mean, because it's
and then the other thing I want to say, because, Hatim, you know, much of my study, both undergraduate and graduate, was in fact on the institution of slavery. And the reason why I will never study that anymore, because it was changing both me and my perception of my people. Because what I'm saying to both of you is that when you talk about, brother, you talked about us being in our natural state. We, as the progeny of those who were enslaved, we are the descendants of those who chose and made a decision to survive.
That's right.
But we also are the extension of those who perished. And so when we came out of slavery, while we did begin to build schools and search for our family, we were seriously a people who were traumatized, who were, our insistence on education and a reconnection with family was about our understanding that we needed to connect to what was familiar to us. And as the years passed and we were not successful at that reconnection, then we necessarily, as humans do, began to accept what we were out of emotional necessity. And the problem now is we have multiple generations of people who don't know the story of slavery, who don't know that we are people who were traumatized. The fact that we are a community in this nation that pays very little attention to issues related to mental health speaks to the truth of what I'm saying. We need help and don't even know it. Just like I said before, for many of us, as long as we can buy a pair of Jordans, we tell ourselves everything is okay.
Everything cool. I got me a new pair.
And so I'm saying that the constant morphing that we've done, that when you really look at it is a human response, has really transformed us into a group of people that are, we're like not a whole lot of, I don't know what we are in terms of...
Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you something, sister. For years, I've always said pretty much something you just said. You know, we have suffered from post-traumatic slave disorder.
That's right. That's right.
And we are sick.
Yep.
We are sick.
Yep.
And we all need our own psychologist.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I'm saying we all need our own psychologist.
I agree.
I don't know if you're familiar with, I know how Tim is familiar with this documentary, 400 Years Without a Comb.
Yep.
I mean, and so you know, that documentary, you know, pretty much just shapes our whole self-esteem.
Yeah.
It's all about, you know, our self-esteem and and we've been, tricked into believing that everything is about, the way we are perceived, the way the way people see us, and we try to fit people's perception of us.
We try to fit the wrong people's perspective of us. We haven't decided on what beauty is for us. So the sisters are trying.
But that's what happens to people. That's what happens to people when they don't know who the hell they are.
Because like for example, when Charles went into the description of us, I started thinking about this video because y'all know I'll be vegging out on this on YouTube, and there is. I can't remember the name of the station, but it was they do some brilliant. It's some brilliant informational videos on YouTube, and it was one YouTube I saw that was called "The Weakness of Our Strengths," and the whole piece talked about where one of the issues that we have when getting along with people is that the very things that attract us to the people, oftentimes we don't recognize that comes with a deficit on the other end. So the same thing that attract, he went to a description about an author who was cool with other people, and people loved him because of his writing, because his writing was very detailed, and he would go into great detail in his writing. And he had a systematic way of writing. And that was excellent as far as writing. But this same technique he used in writing, the same thing that drove him to write like that, drove him to live his life like that. So you reading this book, you can fall in love with him. But when you got to know him, he got on your goddamn nerves because he couldn't make up his mind. He wanted to make sure everything was right. He wanted to keep his options open. He wanted to explore all the different directions that y'all could go. So just setting a dinner date with this dude was a headache. So he couldn't keep good relationships. But the same thing that caused him to turn people off in a personal relationship was the same thing that made him successful as a writer. And I think a lot of times we don't look at our strengths. We don't look at the weaknesses within our strength. Because if you look at all the positive adjectives that you use to describe us, we never look at the negatives that come with those or the shadow sides of those. We are a people who have denied our shadow, because along with us being the nicest people, we are also some of the cruelest, because we taught these mugs how to do what they do. I mean, really, when it comes down to it, we taught them the art of war. We perfected the art of war. On one of my shows, one of my research projects, I researched a dude by the name of Lycurgus. Lycurgus was a dude that formulated the whole system around the Spartans. He was, in a sense, the father of the Spartans. All the Spartans that we see in the movies, they all wanted to be like Lycurgus. Lycurgus was somebody who went around the Middle Eastern world, even though there can't be no goddamn Middle. He went all around that area. And one of the major places that he stopped to learn about how to put a culture together was in Egypt and in other parts of Africa. They ain't say other parts of Africa, but he went into Egypt and other parts of Africa to go and study how to put together a culture and a warrior society. And the thing that he pulled up out of there was, boom, that warrior tradition that they had in there. You know what I'm saying? We look at it, we look at the kindness in us, but we don't look at the fact that we are. We are warriors. And when you have that warrior energy, if it's not directed, it will turn in on yourself. That's why we have rites. That's why we have rituals. That's why we had celebrations and certain things and certain events at certain times. Because I can agree that we are, in a sense, insane. But I think the insanity comes more from us not directing the energy that's in us, because we done forgot or we don't know that we need to be directed some of this stuff. All of the rituals and all the things that we act on right now in our lives come from others. We're following others' illusions. We're neighing like the horse rather than singing like the kite or the swan used to. And now we done forgot how to sing.
Right. And you're right. And you know something else, man, is that we believe everything that somebody else has written about us. we put everything into, if it's in print and we read it and it's about us, we believe it, you know. And I say that to say that, you know, I understand, you know, the whole, you know, Willie Lynch, formula and everything. But you know something, a lot of, you know, when you hear black folks, we know about Willie Lynch, but you know what? I think the fact that we accepted Willie Lynch and the letter as a true depiction of us as a people, we made it, I think to some degree, we made it a self-fulfilling prophecy.
And that's one of our powers, man. The power of belief. You see what I'm saying? The power of, I mean, really, that's been, that we have, in a sense, believed, we have pumped the power of believing into everything that's affecting us. I mean, our kids believe the myths that have been told about them, as far as them being the whatever they're doing right now. Us as professionals, we believe what they told us about how we're supposed to be, and we enact that. As a matter of fact, I honestly believe that this whole American dream is kept alive by our belief. The financial system is kept alive by our belief. That's how powerful it is for us. Because I want you to think about this. Everybody in the world know that our currency is no good, but everybody is still addicted to the currency. And I believe that's because we here. You know what I'm saying? I believe that's because of us.
Because somebody else's reality is stuck in between our ears. Somebody else's reality of us is stuck in our ears.
Somebody's name.
Between our ears. Yeah, right between our ears, up in our brain, up in our mind.
Somebody's name is ringing in our ear, and we're trying to imitate it because
no question.
I don't know if the kite. I don't know if the kite has a song anymore. I don't even know if the swan has a song anymore. You see what I'm saying? And it's like, I mean, because that moral is that the end of the story is so potent, because at the end of the story it talks about how they forgot, and basically that's and part of madness is forgetting who you are. You start acting as if you were something else or someone else. And I think, and I know for a fact that's what we're doing, because as my piece is, man. How can I put it? We look at slavery, then we look at what happened after slavery. You know what I'm saying? That time span between the Civil War and World War II. You know what I'm saying? Where in a sense they say slavery wasn't there, but we know stuff was going on, and we had to kind of stick to our own and be about our own. But we know during that time, that's when a majority of the titans in America was made, and that wealth was stolen from us. You know what I'm saying? We ain't even talk about the wealth in slavery, but then we're talking about where we weren't allowed to truly compete. You know what I'm saying? But we weren't allowed really to get out there and do the damn thing. Now these people have all these resources built up, and now we're sitting up here looking, trying to make money or trying to compete in a market where it's almost impossible for us to do so, because we are so far behind. And our children don't understand this. As Janet said, we don't know the history of slavery. We don't know none of our history, and we don't know how it affects us economically, politically. We're trying to play catch up. We thinking somebody gonna come in and save us. We got a savior complex. And then I'm gonna say this too. Part of the song that I think we singing, or the song that we stopped singing, the song that we forgot. I think in us forgetting and in us name, and I know some of y'all gonna be mad at me. So I'm gonna put the number out so that if those that may be listening, you want to call in and cuss me out, you can. Hit me up at 614-556-4535. I honestly believe that most, and I hate to say most, that a large amount of African American people, black folks, those of you that say you're not from Africa, your people been over here all this time, whatever, Moors, whatever, I think a lot of us are actually closet atheists. We just scared to admit it. Because there's no way that we can actually believe in a higher power and ancestors watching us and watching over us, and we do the fuckery that we are involved in, that we kowtow and bow in the way that we do. A man or a woman that truly is a servant of something higher cannot fear life the way we do. We don't fear death, we fear life. You know what I'm saying? We fear life, and with my fault, we fear death so much that we cling on to any little piece of life that people give us. You know what I'm saying?
And I tell you,
I'm sorry.
I'll even take add another slant to that. Is that some of us, have two masters. You know what I'm saying?
And you know that's not possible.
Well, but they try to serve two masters. You know what I'm saying? They try to serve one here in the flesh and one in the spirit.
But isn't that what we're taught in school?
Yeah.
Because far as that element, see, because this is the piece a lot of people don't understand, right? They say, what's the saying when they say the thing rise and all boats rise when I've been messing it up for the last couple of days. When all boats rise with the tide, or what is it?
What you say?
There's a saying where they go, all boats rise with the tide, or it's something that the politicians say that when the tide rises, all boats rise. That I don't know.
Oh yeah,
with the trickle.
I know. I know what you're trying to say.
We think that we on the boat as black people, but the piece that I don't think a lot of people understand is that we are the thing that rises, that push all the other boats up. We don't understand that. I honestly believe we think we on a damn boat. We're not one of the people on the boat. When we rise, the whole culture rises. We have shown that over and over again. By America allowing what happens to us to happen with us, they are in a sense allowing America to descend, because really when it comes down to it, we have Native Americans, but that's the name of this continent after the Europeans came. They even called them Indians. They're not Indians.
Right.
They all have separate names. When it comes to the actual Americans, the only true Americans are those black individuals that was transported here through slavery.
Mm-hmm.
We are the only true Americans. We're the non-immigrants that came here. So in a sense, our existence almost begins. I ain't gonna say begins here because we could trace it back. But actually, we are the only ones that came through a process that forced us to only have this land to look at. Other than the native people that was here, when it comes to far as this thing called America, we are the only natives here. We are the only Americans. Everybody else is just a visitor. The whole concept was built on our backs, and it comes from us. I'm sorry, but we want a name. You know what I'm saying? I want to sing. I'm tired of name because I got a name with my. Wait, hold on. Let me say this. I got to get this out. I got the name with my goddamn parents that are crazy as fuck. Y'all have to excuse my language, Miss Janet. Whoever out there.
No, you ain't got to. I agree. I just said that to somebody in my building today. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with these parents?
I got the name with them when the children got more sense than they do. I mean, it's so sad, man. I'm tearing up. I'm tearing up right now. The kids be having got more sense than them, and our children are under attack.
I remember my last year at one of the roughest high schools in the D. I had an epiphany in the middle of a rant to my senior, and I said out loud, "What the fuck? I got it. I ain't never calling y'all's parents again, because y'all's parents, that's why you're crazy, because your parents are crazy as you. You will have to deal with my wrath individually. Anytime you fuck up in this class, I'm not getting no help from home, and so it's all finna happen right here, folks." And that was when I had that moment of discernment And I've been clear ever since. I don't look to parents in these communities for help because these parents are traumatized as their parents were. That's why the kids are crazy.
And are we giving them a break by saying that it's just trauma? You know what I'm saying?
No, absolutely not. I'm using that word to make shit easy for me.
Okay,
No.
because it's almost because I remember seeing Malcolm X and y'all might remember the scene where Elijah Muhammad did the glass thing with Malcolm. How people would choose the clean glass of water over the dirty glass of water all the time.
Yeah.
That shit won't happen today. Niggas will be drinking the dirty water. You know what I'm saying? Because it's cool to drink dirty water. If Snoop Dogg drink the dirty water, guess what? I want the dirty water. You see what I'm saying? We want a name. See, we so busy trying to be like others. We want a name. You know what I'm saying? We the only truly democratic people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, really, when it comes to it, in America, we are the only true Americans. We the only ones that believe in democracy. We're the only ones. We the only ones that give a... I mean, Judge, do you remember when we was on campus and what we used to say about Just Us? If you black, you part of Just Us. And you have a say.
Right.
And we blew ourselves up with that shit.
Right.
We blew ourselves up with Mac and God because everybody don't deserve a vote because everybody is not conscious, everybody's not awake, everybody's not. You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting up here and I think back to that. I'm like, oh man, we was sitting on a gold mine and we didn't even, you know what I'm saying? It's like we just gave the gold away because anybody can say anything at any time and take us all. You know, we trying to explain stuff to everybody because you black. We did the same thing with the Afrocentric movement here in Columbus. Everybody got to say so. We the only democratic group here. Try that shit in another community.
That's right.
Right. And we're the only people that we have a meeting, and we're the only people that can meet and sit down and talk. And we can't talk 5 minutes without bringing white folks up. I'm serious, because we can't live without them. You know, and I'm gonna tell you something. There's some other kind of music that the Kite and the Swans made, and that was when we had our Black Wall Street all over America. That was some sweet music. But then we started hearing the neigh of the horse, and all the horses making some ugly sounds. But you know what? It sounded, for some reason, you know, it sounded good to black folks, and we stopped patronizing. We stopped believing that, you know, black folks can sell good products, that black folks, you know, can make, you know, good things, and we started, you know, going to, you know, outside of our community, you know, and forgot that we used to do everything for ourselves, and we didn't need nobody to do it. We didn't allow nobody to do it. It all came, you know, from home.
And we start,
but we are the people.
And that go back to that belief. We started believing that supposedly the white ice was colder than the black ice. You know, I mean, because really, man, we got to, as a people, we got to understand what we're strong at. Part of our strength is our ability to believe. You know what I'm saying? So if they spread out our focus and they spread out our belief, that's the power of a group. When you spread that out, you know what I'm saying? You make it possible for others to come in and to conquer. We could only build the pyramids when we was focused. You know what I'm saying? When we was focused, and in a sense, we kept our board. This is why I brought up the whole piece about that other folktale. I don't mean to get into other folktale, but when y'all read it, hopefully you'll get what I mean. Because by us allowing other people into our mental space and into our physical space, we empower them to break our focus. And in them breaking our focus, they're making it possible for us to build a pyramid or another Black Wall Street. Because our focus is all over the place. When we started building Wall Street, we started with small things. Black Wall Street, if I'm correct, started because they had black folks in a certain area and they had us isolated. Right. And a crew of individuals started cleaning up the streets. There wasn't no complicated economic plan. There wasn't no economist that sat down at the table and decided how this was going to run. There wasn't no mathematic geniuses that sat around and came up with something. There wasn't no Black Don Corleones sitting up there organizing those. No, some brothers came together and started cleaning the goddamn streets. And from that, they started getting paid by the community because the community wanted to keep the streets clean. And from there, they was able to build other things, and other people was able to do other things, and other people was able to do other things. And that built up from cleaning streets to owning railroads. We done forgot for some reason that life begins in simplicity. It's not complicated. We done went to these schools, we done got these economic theories, not realizing that the economic theories is not working in the world. I heard people, I'm not even a Donald Trump fan, but I got to stand up for the great pumpkin on this one. They say, hey, Donald Trump is not even an economist. How can he predict something that's going wrong with the economy? Well, the economists can't predict what's going wrong with the economy. If I'm correct, none of the economists saw 2008 coming. None of the economists saw the crash of Wall Street in the 40s, nor the one in the 80s, and the bubble for the .coms. Where was the economist then? We relying on people who don't know what they're doing. I'm sorry, y'all got me. I'm riled up. Man.
No, but let me say this to you. If you want to change the way people act, you change the way they think.
Yep. Yeah.
It's just that simple. You know, you change the way they think, and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? When you change the way people think, you change the way they act.
Yep.
So what has worked against us can work for us.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I agree. I mean, but like, you know, it's gonna start off simple. You know what I'm saying? Because one of the things, because I think in many ways, because we've been cursed, and I use this lightly, the strength of our weakness. No, the weakness of our strength. We're very honest. All three of us, and we're very honest. As a matter of fact, we're so honest that we didn't use the major thing that probably would have liberated our people.
Right.
Because we didn't want to be dishonest about it. Because there's no reason why all three of us and maybe 20 other people that we know couldn't have got together back in the late 80s, early 90s to say, hey, we all gonna go to seminary. We all gonna go into a certain church congregation or a denomination, and we're going to take that over, and we're going to use that to as an economic engine to build this black community. But we chose not to do that because we want to be honest with the people. I don't necessarily believe in that, so I don't want to use that. But really, when it comes down to it, that's where our people are. I hate to, but I didn't want to deceive people like that. I didn't, you know what I'm saying?
Right, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Because
I'm gonna say something.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Man. You count how many white mega churches there are in America, and then you count how many black mega churches there are in America. There is no comparison. There is so many more black mega churches in America, but white churches and the mega churches like World Harvest and Farwell and the other guys, they didn't just have mega churches, they had universities.
Yeah. They started building schools. They started building schools. And I mean, see, because really think about this. I mean, because really, if you look at black folks, right? For if you go back in history, and this is the high 10 version. For me, being the spiritual guy, everything started with spirituality and a spiritual system. In the spiritual system, out of that became the temples. Out of the temples came community. Out of the community, within the community came storehouses for the wealth. So the first banks, I honestly believe, came out of the spiritual institutions or the churches or the temples.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? We're not using the simple thing. We're going around. We're going about building a community in the wrong way, because a community has to have a spiritual center. This is why when you look at all of the ancient cultures start in a sense with a religious tradition. As a matter of fact, there's a spiritual story about a certain group of people in that community, and everybody could show you their connection to that group of individuals that had that spiritual experience. As a matter of fact, their rites connect them to it. So the rites of passage was based on that hero or that heroine that went through that ordeal. And the rites that we took our young people through allowed them to experience the ordeal in a ritualistic fashion so that they will be able to carry on the knowledge to the future generations. And in a sense, that's what got broke from us. Because and all of a sudden we start separating stuff. So, you know, the church is over here, the bank is over here, this is over here. But Europeans never stopped doing that. They learned that from us. So when they build a church, when they build a mega church, they build a university on it so they can educate their kids and they can start educating their congregation. You know what I'm saying? They have a credit union and have access to money. You know what I'm saying?
Not only that, they first start with, you know, they own the dirt that the church is built on.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta own. If you want to build a community, you gotta own the dirt first.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta own the dirt first. You know.
You can't build a nation in debt.
Exactly. Because remember I said the other day about, you know, my cousin down south, their father, you know, when he came out of slavery as a sharecropper, he was able to purchase all the land that he used to, you know, pick cotton on. Well, he willed that land to the whole family, and everybody in the family has a house built on that land. You know, and they don't have to pay. You know, they don't have to pay for the land. The land's been paid for, and so we have to own the dirt that the community is in, and that's how you build a community. I think that's just a Charles Taylor version.
No, but actually, land ownership is part of nation building. You can't build a nation on rented land. You know what I'm saying?
Right. My point exactly.
You know what I'm saying? That in nowhere shape or no form or shape is that called being sovereign. When you every month you got to hustle up the rent to pay. No, a nation is paid too. You know what I'm saying? So that means that you got to build a group of individuals that can protect that land and keep that land. The key word is free. It's free to the nation, and the nation or the tribe or whoever controls the land is able to reap the benefits of the land fully. That's how we used to do it. I mean, you can't. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, nobody. This is what the Native Americans were. Nobody owns the land. It's free and open. We just move around on it. Europeans saw that, they took advantage of it, and this is why I say check out their story, The Bitch and Her Wealth. Excuse my language. But that when I saw that and I saw that title, I was like, whoa. And I read it, I said, oh my God. Liberation.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? This is one of those keys. Just like this one right here. We need to stop neighing like a horse and start learning our own song. You know what I'm saying? We're singing a stranger's song. It ain't even a song, it's a grunt. We're singing a stranger's grunt. And it's cool for the horse. It's cool for them. I'm not even mad at See, and this is the issue. I'm not even mad at them. I came through my phase where I was mad at them. I'm not mad at them. They are great students. They doing what they were supposed to do. Set is doing you can't be mad at Set for being Set. You can't be mad at a snake for being a snake. You can't be mad at a scorpion for being a scorpion. You pick them up, they're going to sting you. You get too close to them, you're going to get stung. But now my question is, when are we going to realize that we're being stung? We're being bitten. We're being used. And we're singing, and we're not even singing our song. We're singing somebody else's song.
We gotta stop being mad at people for being who their nature calls them to be.
And so let's celebrate their nature.
Yeah.
Let's celebrate their nature. But at the same time, let's celebrate art. Because I'm not mad at you. I want you to be who you are. I love you, Great Pumpkin. Do your head on your business, Great Pumpkin. Just stay the fuck out of my way. That's all I ask. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, man, you know, I'm sitting there thinking about, you know, if the three of us and even a few more, if this discussion was being held on a college campus right now, man, you know how powerful, you know, this session would have been. I mean, it's powerful just with us three, because I'm right now, man, saying, you know, just imagine being on the college campus and just dissecting Aesop's fables every week.
Oh, hey, get ready. It's coming, dog. It's coming.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, look, I mean, the whole issue is, one, get it popular. Then when people need it, I mean, because you never know what's gonna happen. You never know what people got in the works. My whole vision is to be able to do, because this was part of our rights. Because these stories, like I said, are layered. When you look at them, they have a deeper message for people at different levels, and you could just use these to educate. You know what I'm saying? And going to a college campus, dude, I'm already ready. I already got I'm already ready. It's just a matter of.
And we also, and guess what? We authorize users of Aesop's fables.
No, well, you know what? Or users that choose to use it in the method that we have come up with. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Because Aesop Fables is a public domain. You see what I'm saying? But nobody's gonna be able to bring the energy to it like we do, because nobody else was looking at them like this. Other people was just looking at, because really people look at these and be like, oh man, them kids stories. Right. You know, and at first, and the way I started doing these was, I was being the dean, I needed to develop a relationship with other children other than the ones that was in trouble all the time. So what I would do is, in the school, I would go around and I would tell stories, and I knew some stories, but I couldn't tell the same, because I would go every week. I would go to throughout the week. I would go to all the classes from middle school all the way down to kindergarten. So I couldn't tell the same 5 stories every time in the discussion. So I would have to go and start reading. I start reading these stories, and I'm like, oh my God, these kids not even gonna understand this. You know, I could change the words, I could change ass to donkey, but they still not. And I'm looking at this, I said, this is grown folk stuff. So then I started looking into Aesop's history. I said, oh my God, we have an individual who basically escaped slavery, a black man, possibly. You know, of course, everybody trying to claim him, but there's a black man supposedly that escaped slavery through his wisdom and his wit. I said, whoa, this is Harriet Tubman before Harriet Tubman. And he left me a message. He dropped me some jewels in a book that I could get for free because it's public domain.
But you know what, they tricked you? You know, they tricked us in school because they call them fables.
They call them fables.
And allegedly, because they call them fables. You know, like it was fairy tales.
See, now, but this is the whole point. That's only tricking if you don't, because I was one of those that was really always into myths. I love the Bible stories, man. I mean, because I recognize, when I read the story of David, I recognize the Godfather in that story. A lot of people, people thinking I'm crazy, because I read David and I see the Godfather trilogy in that story. Don Corleone, the old one, is David. You know what I'm saying? His hands too dirty. He can't build the temple of God, so he turns it over to his son Solomon, Michael Corleone, who is supposed to build the temple but falls off. I said, damn, that's a story out of the Bible. I'm recognizing this. And then I ran into Joseph Campbell, and Joseph Campbell just totally blew my mind. I'm like, oh my God. I said, wait. So I started looking at the myths, far rites of passage, and then fell right into the fables. I'm like, oh my God. My ancestors left me everything that I need. Instructions verbatim. All I got to do is follow what they left me. But yo, it's 10:02, and I want to thank both of y'all for being here. I'm sharing your energy. Ms. Janice, I love you.
Love you too.
Mr. Trailer, thank you for joining us. I ain't gonna say I love you, because I don't want people gossiping. But you know I love you, bro.
I love you, brother. I know how you feel.
But the point is, it was a good night. This is a 200 episode, and I'm like, wow. And I just made it through half of the book. We just at half of the book.
And so to Janice, I want to say I really appreciate your energy, and I really appreciate that balance that you bring to these discussions.
Yeah, I think they're important. I really do think that the discussions that we've had are they really are a blueprint for the kinds of discussions that need to really be taking place all over the place. And Hatem, I love you to death for just creating this forum and sticking to it even when, like you said, you're talking to yourself. Because these conversations are important. And I really am beginning to believe that a lot of us quietly listen to these kinds of conversations. I just don't know how many opportunities people like us have to have a broader discussion with a larger audience. So I said, you got to keep doing that.
Oh, I'm gonna keep on doing it, and it's happening because I got, like, for example, one of my daughters called me. Her code name is Queen of the Damn Universe. But anyway, she listened. And she was telling me, hey, yeah, that's some good stuff, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, so I got younger people listening that's like, boom, all right, and my piece is, we already know that it ain't the amount of people that's listening. It's the quality of the people that's listening.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, with still working with youth, the issue is, because my goal is and Janice, I wanted to celebrate you because you are one. I don't know how many. I have the pleasure of knowing a woman that is involved with a black organization, and it's not just her, but it goes. Is it 3 generations deep?
Oh, you're talking about the fact my niece? Yeah, it's me. It's my mother. It's me. It's my sister, and now my sister's daughter.
Wow.
And my niece was just brought into Delta Sigma Theta, and all of us are in it. And so Hatem is commenting on those pictures. Really are powerful. He's commenting on the picture that I put up on Facebook of exactly that: me, my mother, my sister, and her daughter. And we're talking about how it's continuing a legacy.
Okay. Can I send you can I get your name so I can send you a prayer request?
Yep, it's Janice Rowley, Rowley.
Spell it right so she'll embarrass you on the radio, man.
Okay, great. I'm gonna send you a prayer request.
Because, hey, man,
cool.
When I saw that,
I'll accept it. Huh?
When I saw that, it made me think about legacy. I mean, and it's like, see, and one of the places that, like, because we did the first experiment at Ohio State with Mac and Goddess of the Nile, because the point is, those type of organizations are the type of organizations that we need to send this information through, because those are organizations that people strive to belong to. Because one of the issues that I'm having is that I'm tired of fighting with people trying to get them knowledge. I'm not doing it no more. I'm not arguing with parents. I'm not arguing with kids. I no longer have a desire to argue with people to save them.
Right.
We're moving into a time where people are going to have to be of a legacy mind state, because people of a legacy mind state, I honestly believe, will understand this. You know what I'm saying? When I want something for my children, when I'm building something for my children, I'm building for something bigger than me. Because right now, and I'm gonna get off of here. Right now, I got my daughter sitting up here. She just had the headphones on, imitate me, even though she's supposed to be in bed. Legacy. You know what I'm saying? You know, and because that's what we're doing. But hey, I celebrate both of y'all. I thank y'all. I'm about to go to bed because I gotta get up and do my radio show in the morning. For those that don't know, the thing I'm hitting tomorrow is the Panama Papers. How these?
Oh wow.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna talk a little bit. It's gonna be a quick 15 minutes about those Panama Papers because we need to understand how these individuals are holding and hogging this power. But I'm about to do my little commercial, and I want to thank all of y'all that's listening. And stop being scared. Y'all can go on and call in because I know some of y'all secretly listening. The number is 614-556-4535. Look, you ain't got to put your name. If you don't want, you could just get up on the thing and leave me you could text me. You know, and you ain't have to say your name. I won't say your name. Just let me know you don't want me to say your name. All right? This is Brother Hot Tim. I'm about to do, I got to salute my sponsor. And with that, I'm out.
The word is spreading. More and more people are switching to Ambit Energy.
Well, one of my neighbors switched, and then I switched. Now the whole neighborhood has Ambit.
Who doesn't want money?
The word is spreading. Switching to Ambit Energy is rewarding in more ways than one.
I signed up and got a travel reward. That's nice.
Oh, I get to save on energy and on travel?
There's a cruise for two out there just a few thousand kilowatts away. I can almost smell the sunscreen.
The word is spreading. Ambit Energy even lets you earn free energy.
When I get 15 friends to switch, I get free energy. I have 15 friends. At least I think I do.
Hey, I'd be telling people to switch to Ambit anyway.
If you'd like to switch to Ambit Energy, listen to the following contact information closely. Then spread the word.
Spread the word. Help us at Giami Journey. Help you save money on your energy, right? Energy bills are things that we pay recurrently. They come up every month. And we can help you save money on your electric and gas bill. And by you allowing us to help you with your electric and gas bill, you earn travel points as well as involved with a serious nation building organization, right? Ambit Energy is an approved energy service company that gives you a choice for saving money on your electric bill and gas bill. It's also an income opportunity like no other. Help your friends save money on electricity and get paid. All right, now, for those that are interested in the us serving you business or you getting involved in the business, hit us up at GYEnergy526.com. That's GYAMEJOURNEY.energy526.com. Or just give us a call at 614-594-9422. Let's talk about you changing over to Ambit and saving money, getting travel points, and possibly even getting free energy, or even coming into the business yourself. Let's go and get this money together. Let's go and nation build together. Let's go and grow together. All it takes is 1% of the 1% in Columbus. And with that, I'm Brother Hot Tim, and I'd like to thank all of y'all for tuning in. Of course, I got to remind you are now listening to Folktales for Grown Folks. This is Brother Hot Tim, and you are listening to Giami Journey Radio. Man, it's moving slow. This is, of course, a part of the Simple Productions. We strive to blow up those old paradigms. So with that, I'm Brother Hot Tim, and I'm out. I check y'all out in the morning. I'll be up at 5 a.m., dropping the news at 5 a.m. Peace.
Mr. Deity.
Oh yeah, shouts out to Mr. Deity for laying down the track. This is Divine Fresh. I'm out. Alright, seems that my computer has frozen on me. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna end the session and I will catch y'all at another time because my computer has frozen because I got so many little windows open. Follow you like many of you have blessed me and followed me. So let's go and spread the love. And I don't want to end y'all abruptly and disrespectfully, but I'm going to have to shut this down. Y'all hear it messing up in the background? All right, here we go. Hot Tim coming at you live and direct. I'm sorry for the lateness, but my computer crashed. So I'm trying to do this whole show up here live on my phone. This is my first time doing it on my phone. The lines are open. 614-556-4535. Y'all might be able to hear that. We're going to check and see how my operating system for some reason has shut down on my phone. But once again, it's done it to me again. You shouldn't be amazed. You shouldn't be astounded. You shouldn't be baffled. You shouldn't be fooled. You should understand that this is what goes on with the journeyers, because we are traveling the timelines of the universe. We are doing astounding things. We are changing our lives first. We are changing other people's lives. We are doing the work. Right? We're doing that self-mastery. Right? The lines are open. Hit me up at 614-556-4535. This show was so powerful, I had to find a way to bypass my computer so that I can make sure that y'all got this one, right? But first off, let me remind you, you are now listening to DiGyeTV Journey Radio. This is a Heart of a Symbol production. I am your host, Brother Hot Tim, and you are now listening to AO, also known as AEOOO, which stands for An Empire of Our Own. I am Brother Hot Tim, and you are listening to Folktales for Grown Folks, right? Folktales for Grown Folks, right? So we're going to get down into it. So feel free to call in so that we can have this powerful discussion about this folktale that we're about to break down, that I'm about to share with you. This is called, the folktale for tonight is called The Hares and the Foxes. Before I get into the folktales for grown folks, I want to make sure that all of y'all know that y'all can support the work we do here at DiGyeTV on our Patreon page. You go to DiGyeTV, you go to Patreon and look for GNJ. You know what I'm saying? Support us on Facebook. Also realize that we are consultants with Amber Energy, and you could do that too. But because my computer crashed, I don't have my commercial. I'm so hurt. So I'm going to have to go on and scrounge up this little bit of money that I do got and go out and buy another computer. But I'm not concerned about it because I know I'm blessed. I'm blessed, and it's going to happen. Right? You know what I'm saying? I stay motivated. I stay up. I stay empowered. Right? And by me doing these things, it makes me possible to be able to overcome all things. So for those that were expecting me to be exactly at 9, you know, it's hard now because listen, there's a whole nother lesson in this, right? So, at the school, I'm at the school as y'all know. I work at a school, right? And one of the things that goes on at the school is that my daughter Gina is right now trying out. Gina is trying out for cheerleading. No, she's trying out for the dance team, right? And I love my baby, man. I love my baby, right? And she is struggling. She is truly, truly struggling, right? Right? And what I'm noticing is that even though she can't get the dances, she's not stopping. Even though she can't get the jump up, the jumping jack, she's not stopping. Even though she can't get the dance steps, she's not stopping. And everybody's saying, Gina, you would be so much better as a cheerleader, Gina. Why don't you just do the cheers? Because you like doing the splits and doing the flips. But ever since she came to school, she says, I'm going to be on the drill team. I want to be on the drill team. And everybody is telling her, Gina, you need to go on and try cheerleading. I said, Gina, you want to do cheerleading? She says, no. So I seen her doing the jumping jacks. And she was off from everybody else. And I started laughing, and I walked in. Everybody, why are you laughing at my daughter? Why are you laughing at your daughter, brother, Mr. Brown? Why are you laughing at your daughter, Mr. Brother Hot Tim? I'm laughing at my daughter because she's not quitting, and it's so empowering, right? See, because I know she pick up some of the negative stuff from me. You know what I'm saying? I know she picking up the fact that when I was struggling with tobacco, that she was imitating me, and she imitates the cussing. She gets it from me, right? But she also understands, and she's copying the fact that her daddy sits down nightly and talks on the radio to himself. He won't quit. I don't care how many people is listening. I don't care how many people are not listening. I'm doing this because I'm laying a legacy. I'm doing this because I'm good at it, and I'm going to be the best at it. I'm doing this because my daughter won't quit. And because my daughter won't quit, I know she's getting it from somewhere. And I know she's listening to some of the things I'm saying. I know she's listening to some of the podcasts that I listen to. And I know that she knows, as Brother E.T. says, it's phenomenal will, not phenomenal skill. She won't quit. They might be working hard. You know what I'm saying? Some of them might have the natural rhythm. But one of the things that I'm seeing that Gina going to have over all of them is Gina got that work ethic. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to keep on pushing Gina, right? Because there's a lesson in there for us adults. You know what I'm saying? There's a lesson in there, you know? I almost bring a tear to my eyes. So I'm going to give Gina a round of applause. You know what I'm saying? She's trying. I'm loving it. I'm loving watching her do her thing. All right. So, now, the story tonight is called The Hare and the Foxes, right? I want to make sure that I'm able to hear my fam, if anybody tune in, you know, those that out there that may want to join, hit me up at 614-556-4535. Once again, that's 614-556-4535. So let me go on and share this on the Facebook page. Make sure everybody out there know that I'm up. So, you know, even those that want to listen, you just go and listen in. Because, Brother Hatim, you already know I don't mind talking. I'll do the whole damn show. You know what I'm saying? So I'm putting it up on there. I'm putting it up on my Facebook, you know, once again. So those that want to do it, y'all heard the Facebook. That's kind of dope. Come on now, Facebook. Stop playing. Get it up. Boom. There we go. All right. Also, I'm putting it on my Twitter. Bow. Here we go. Got, you know, I'm putting it up on my Twitter feed. You know. Bow. Right? You know what I'm saying? Now, here we go. Are y'all ready? Because we're going to make this one quick. Because it don't seem like, I think I might have missed all the people that wanted to call in, because Mr. Trailer was amped about this one, and I don't know what's going on with Sister Janice, but I hope all is well. And I'm sending blessings out there to all the journeyers, right? Because y'all got to realize, man, this is a movement, man, because it's like this. Yo, we're going to use our ancestral wisdom, the secret messages they sent through time and space for us in these stories, these folk tales. These stories and folk tales are, in a sense, like organic programs that were sent down to us through time, in our writings, and in us going mouth to ear for generation after generation, passing these stories. And in them is the wisdom that's going to free us, right? All right, so here we go. The hares waged war with the eagles and called upon the foxes to help them. They replied, I hope y'all ready for this. They replied, we would willingly have helped you if we had not known who you were and with whom you were fighting. Count the cost before you commit yourself. All right, let's go one more time. The hares waged war with the eagles and called upon the foxes to help them. They replied, we would willingly have helped you if we had not known who you were and with whom you were fighting. Now, once again, the moral is count the cost before you commit yourself. And the wisdom in that could be looked at from, of course, a lot of different angles. One of the first ones that came to me was one, you know what I'm saying? Our ancestors left a proverb that said, only a fool tests the depths of water with both feet, right? You know what I'm saying? Many of us in our lives, we automatically jump both feet into conflict. A friend call, we automatically jump on our friend's side, not even caring whether our friend is right or wrong. We have relatives where they will call us into their mess, knowing that they're wrong, right? And we'll run right in. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of those. You know what I'm saying? And one of the things, as I start getting older and my body start healing slower, and I started really looking at my children and being like, damn, I really got something to lose. Right? I had to step back and be like, damn, I really got something to lose. I wasn't counting the cost. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't counting the cost before I threw my hat into the ring, before I threw my hat into the race, right? You know what I'm saying? Because the cost could be your life. The cost could be time. You know what I'm saying? Because there's been several instances where I jumped into something, and not only could I have lost my life, right? I could have also lost time. And what type of time am I talking about? I'm talking about sitting behind bars because I ran up behind somebody's foolishness. I didn't count the cost, right? I didn't care about the cost because when we're young, and one of the things we got to really start understanding when we're dealing with some of our young people actually believe, right? They actually believe that they are immortal. Because I went through the phase. You know what I'm saying? I didn't survive some shit that I was like, oh my goodness. You know what I'm saying? I felt I didn't have to count the cost. Because whatever the cost was, I had enough money to pay it. I had enough time to pay it. Because I'm going to live forever. And we got to start making sure that our young people start understanding that life is not a forever proposition. Life is not a forever game. You know what I'm saying? We have prices to pay, right? And one of the things that really bothers us or really upsets this mind state of us being able to count the cost, because I'm going to make sure my kids understand, count the cost before you leap, right? Because I know a lot of y'all say, brother, how Tim, that goes against some of the stuff you're saying. No, it don't. No, it don't, because the piece is, you can have a dream and you can jump into the dream and you can work hard towards the dream. What I'm saying is, count the cost. Are you willing to pay? You know what I'm saying? Because some of us, we jump into stuff and we talk about, I don't care what it costs, all the way till it hits us, all the way till it bites us. You know what I'm saying? I have people that I know that got into a situation and was murdered and couldn't watch their children grow up, or crippled. And couldn't run and play with their kids. Couldn't even make kids no more. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with passion, jumping in bed with anybody and ending up dead. You know what I'm saying? From these diseases, getting these diseases. They got diseases that don't go away no more. Ew. They got diseases that do this to you. Blows up in you. Gets all up on the insides and messes you up. You know what I'm saying? Now, so, also, the society that we live in, this Western society, is heavily debt dependent. And we got to understand the strategy of debt, right? The strategy of debt helps keep the masses satisfied. It helps keep the masses in their place, right? Because you constantly have to be concerned about the things that you want to get in the future, as well as the things that you're still paying for. See, many people can't get too revolutionary, because they got a house note. They got child support. You know what I'm saying? The society is based on credit. You overextending yourself. You selling your future. And we got to really start understanding, we got to start teaching our kids that when we exist on credit, we are basically selling ourselves into slavery, because what you're selling is, you're selling your future ability to earn. Right? So now my piece is, I'm not saying that you shouldn't use credit, But what I'm saying is, when you use credit, you have to learn how to use. You got to count the cost. You got to learn how to use it wisely. Many of us take credit. Many of us take loans out when we don't even look at the interest. We don't even care that the fact that we take $100,000 loan and have to pay $300,000 back over 30 years. We don't even care about that, right? Because it's way down the road. Not realizing that we actually sold ourselves into bondage. Credit is bondage. Count the cost, right? I want you to look at this. We got hares, and those that don't know what hares are rabbits, right? That went to war with eagles. I have often seen documentaries where eagles ate rabbits. I have never seen a documentary where a rabbit was eating an eagle. I have never heard of a rabbit eating an eagle, ever. My question is, what in the hell was the hares warned against the eagles about? And why did they think that they could win? And then on top of that, why did they think that they could call on the fox to be their ally? Listen to the fox response. We would willingly have helped you if we had not known who you were and with whom you were fighting. Wise response. We know that this is a losing battle. You don't wage war, because even when y'all are at peace, you still catch the raw end of the stick with the eagle. And you also can't beat us. And the foxes know that the eagles can beat them, because the eagle can swoop down and pick up a fox, because they have been known to eat foxes too. Right? Many of us, one, go to war with things that we can't possibly live. For example, black folks, my journey is, listen to me. Listen. You battle institutions with institutions. You battle tribes with tribes. You battle communities with communities. We as individuals, right, can never win our freedom, because our freedom is being held from us through institutions. So if we want to be free, if you want to get free, you first have to develop the institutions that are dedicated to your freedom. We haven't developed institutions that's dedicated to us building our freedom, to us building a nation. We haven't developed those institutions that have the goal of developing millionaires and billionaires in the black community. We haven't developed those institutions. We haven't developed those institutions that will educate us for our benefit rather than the benefit of others, right? We have developed those institutions that will build communities that when we live in them, we control them. We haven't built those institutions, right? You know what I'm saying? We haven't built those institutions that are there to help us to help us run the political strategies or to run the politics in our lives. We haven't even set up those institutions that are focused on our success, right? Many of us, as black people right now, how you doing, Sister Janice? Welcome. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, ma'am, because, I don't know if you was listening, but my computer, my Chromebook, I actually use a Chrome, my Chromebook crashed on me. And I wasn't able to get on it, so I jumped on my phone and I plugged it into this, and it's working. So hey, can't stop. Man, my Chromebook crashed on me about 4 or 5 times. See, this is what's crazy. Listen, I even called Google about it, right? And they heard about this Chromebook and started laughing. The technician actually started laughing because I told him that it would crash and then it'd come back. It crashed and it come back. I mean, it's like it take vacations. It's like, hell with you, man. I'm working it too hard. And it's hey, I'm taking a break, man. But what I was talking about was the name of the folktale is The Hares and the Foxes. Did you get an opportunity to hear it, to read it? Okay. Now, what I was talking about now, is, well, first, well, I'm not going to rehash all that, but the piece that I'm really going into now is the insanity of the hares going to war, going into a direct war with eagles. You know what I'm saying? And I'm using that to talk about, because I call us journeyers now, you know what I'm saying? I found out that's a word. My journeyers, I'm trying to tell them, as black folks or as any group, you never go to war as individuals against the institution. Because the institution will always outlast you. And in a sense, going to war against the institution as an individual is like the hares going to war against the eagles. You know what I'm saying? It's almost an unwinnable battle. Because the eagles are the institution, not only can hit you from all angles, it will outlive you in most cases. Because that's why institutions are developed to carry on ideas. You know what I'm saying? Institutions like we look at universities. They're developed and built to carry on ideas. The ideas of a Eurocentric worldview, to carry on those ideas and to perfect those ideas. When you look at the institutions that Europeans, that Jews, that Hispanics have developed for themselves, that the Italians have developed for themselves, that the Irish have developed for themselves, are all institutions that make sure that they're able to maintain themselves in the society. And we haven't developed those institutions. But I mean, I'm going to let you, because I done spoke, so go and handle your business, baby. It's on you. Wow. Yes, it is. Yeah. Hey. I mean, but remember when we studied when we ran into they called them the 10 laws of Maya. One of them was being able to distinguish between the real and the unreal. That, or as you put it, in a way that everybody can understand it, that discernment, man. I mean, and it's so, it's so clear that we are. In our insanity, we have one of the things that we have lost is the ability to discern the real from the unreal. You know what I'm saying? And actually, that makes the world unsafe for us. Because we got people making dumb decisions because they can't even discern the situation. You know, so man, yeah, man, and it's good that. So I think one of the things we might need to do is I'm gonna have to go back through the shows and start pulling out some of the key points, because you said, because we rehashed discernment. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the important ones, but there's a whole bunch of other possibly unexplored ideas, or unnamed ideas, or unpinpointed ideas that we have probably brushed over, that may be life-saving for some of the people that be listening to us, because we be getting, the numbers is increasing now. I don't know if you've been checking the stats, but the numbers. Yeah. Yeah. Which one goes back to the point you said before. It takes discernment, and then on top of that, now with these parents, with a lot of these parents, man, these parents come in actually thinking they might be the ego. They come in thinking they got the high ground, but when they run into teachers that actually take the time to get to know their kids, because I was going to try to pull up the quotes, but this computer moves slow. But you had some good quotes, and one of them was something about how children come to school and tell on their parents through their actions. Because the parent get mad at the kid, but it ain't, the kid is just a reflection of us. You know what I'm saying? When in fact that the issue is never the kid. I ain't gonna say that because kids are picking up a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? But in a lot of the cases, it's not the child. I don't care how old they are. If they still living up under your roof, they got 18 years of training. One of my colleagues called it, we can't, he said it like this. He said, man, we can't be punishing these kids for channeling their parents. I said, wow. You know what I'm saying? So, and see, there you go. We are the hares trying to fight the eagles. We haven't developed the institutions so that we could become airborne to battle the eagles. You see what I'm saying? Because like I said, school is an institution. When you turn that institution over to another group, they're going to use that institution to lift their group up. You know what I'm saying? We done turned that over. We done turned the businesses over. We don't have any institutions that are designed or geared towards lifting us to a better life on this plane. We got plenty of them that talk about life, the life in the hereafter. But we don't have none that talk about lifting us up in this present day. We don't have none that talk about developing business people and developing great thinkers that are for us. If they are, they're coming out of institutions that's run by other people. I don't know if you remember, I really fell out of love with the whole Afrocentric movement after I went to one of the conferences. We were still at Ohio State. We went to one of the conferences. I think it was in Philadelphia or somewhere. We went down there. Ohio State basically sent a large crew of us to this Afrocentric conference. we went down there. I don't know if you went with us, because I was smoking a lot of weed then. I don't remember. But I really got frustrated because we had like 100 doctors up in there that was presenting on writing Metronetra. It's not hieroglyphs, it's Metronetra, brother. You know what I'm saying? We got brothers talking about engineering, how we built the pyramids. We got all these experts, and all of them is coming from universities that's run by our masters. And none of them sat down and said, why don't we start a correspondence course for all these young people coming up in here with a university under our name until we could get a building? You know what I'm saying? Because we actually had a lot of young people coming in from all these universities. But instead of doing that, you got professors trying to hit on the young women. Because it was a lot of that shit going on. You know what I'm saying? You got the old professors trying to hit on the young folk. You know what I'm saying? You got, and it was like, it was very disappointing to me because we wasn't talking about nation building. We was flaunting. We was doing like the Hares. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like we was looking at the fox, like the Hares did, and said, why don't you come help us? And the fox is like, yo, I would have helped you if I didn't know who you were and who you was fighting. You know what I'm saying? It's like, we're running around just like a rabbit, running from hole to hole. When the snake come, we got to run because we can't beat the snake. When the coyote come, we got to run because we can't beat the coyote. You know what I'm saying? When the fox comes and set a store up in our rabbit neighborhood, we got to run because, you know what I'm saying? We got everybody, we got everybody beating us because they have set up institutions that have prepared them for battle. And you know what I'm saying? We're hoping that somebody's going to step up and go to war with us, knowing that we don't bring nothing to the battle. It's real frustrating for me, man. And then you always remind me of the situation that I go to because I'm looking at some of the parents, I'm looking at the kids. It's almost like nobody really sees the plight that we are in. Do you know? Maybe you have experienced this, but a lot of my kids honestly think that their parents are rich. They really don't recognize that they are one paycheck away, just like a lot of us, from poverty. We have learned to hide, and this is another point that I brought up. The moral of the story is count the cost before you commit yourself. But right before you came on, I was talking about how the Western society has taught us that it's okay to go into debt. And debt is basically you selling yourself into bondage. You know what I'm saying? So it's like with this moral is warning us about counting the cost. And many of us in this society, we have been taught, oh, don't worry about the cost. You'll get it in the end. We'll handle it in the end. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about it right now. You know what I'm saying? And that's how many of us live our lives. And like you said, with the adults having to do better, we have to start living responsibly and start counting the cost. What is it costing us to live the way that we're living? We have generations of our people dying without leaving anything for those coming behind us. Not realizing that hell for Africans for thousands, for millions of years, for how many of years we've been on this planet, was not being remembered by the generations that come after us. And what's the best way not to be remembered? By not leaving nothing. Matter of fact, leaving the struggle. You let your name become a curse. You know what I'm saying? So ASAP, man, it's like, man, these are organic computer. These are organic programs that was sent down to us that when it hits the right hardware, right, when it runs into the right brains, it just will awaken and alive. And I understand why they try to keep these in the segment of children's myths, children fables. These are just for kids. I understand now. You know what I'm saying? Because I read some of these to some of my kids. My kids they be lost. Like, that ain't no kid's story, Mr. Brown. That ain't no kid's story. You know what I'm saying? You know, because I told them the one we did last week, and I went to, I ain't gonna go into that. Put myself, but it's like some of the lessons that come out of this, man, are really liberating. They're really tools of liberation, and they're lessons that I think a lot of us can learn from, but I don't have anything else to share on that one, unless you. Hey, so, but we got we got a good, it's a good one coming next week. What's coming up? Do you want me to tell you so you can look it up? Okay, all right. Right, I try to do now just so I know, is it better to send it to you on Google Plus, or is it better to send you on Facebook, or should I just keep on doing both? Okay. Cool. So I want to thank Ms. Janice for joining me and sharing her wisdom. We're gonna give her a round of applause. There we go. But those of you out there, please take the time to actually study these folk tales. Get the usefulness out of them. I know a lot of times I come on the show and I'm cussing and I'm clowning. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't believe that the journey to self-mastery has to be boring. I don't believe that I have to be stern and so, and die young like some of my elders. You know what I'm saying? Who died early in their eldership. They didn't even get to enjoy their eldership because they were so serious and so stressed out. I'm not going to allow myself to do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to allow those people around me to do that. You know what I'm saying? As journeyers, we have to understand that, we get the lesson in the journey, but we have to be healthy enough to make the journey. We got to be able to smile sometime. You know what I'm saying? We got to be able to look at some of the hard times and remind ourselves, because one of the things that I picked up in college that I want to pass on to everybody is that when I was really going through my hard times, I came up with a term that said, one day I'm going to laugh about this. And the truth of the matter is, everything that happened to me back in college, back in those days, no matter how bad it was, I made it through and I'm able to laugh at that shit. All we got to do is outlast them. Our people have been here for, all we got to do is be wise and outlast them. We set our strategy, be patient, and outlast them. So our enemies, that's it. So this is Brother Hatim. I'm saying thank you for tuning in, and we are out. Thank you, sis, for tuning in. Yes, ma'am. What's up? Yo, this is Brother Hot Tip coming at y'all live and direct. Now, I have a whole new system. I don't know how it sounds right now, but to make a long story short, I had some problems with my computer. Y'all know this, right? So I had to go to one of my brothers, and I was like, yo, bro, you know, I'm having a problem. He said, brother, I tell him, why don't you just go and buy you a computer? I said, well, I ain't got the money right now. So he reached into his pocket. He pulled out $3,000. He was about to put it in my hand, but all of a sudden, the IRS agent walked in the damn door and took the $3,000 and gave me an IOU, telling me that I owed him another $4,000. So I was like, damn, the white man is everywhere.
Man, you telling that story again?
That's how it works.
I'm like, hey, this dude just took my money. Hey, go ahead. I'm as a sound check. Somebody just speak real quick. I want to make sure I'm getting y'all sounds across on the other side.
Well, this is Tracy.
Oh, it's on and popping. It's on and popping. Oh, my God. Now, all right, so.
We got Mr. Trey, we got Miss Trace, we got Miss
Oh, my
Nancy.
God. This is truly a blessing. Oh, we got a full house. Look. And it's only
and take in all this wisdom that's around me. I'm gonna be a student.
There you go. It's about to go down because Mr. Trailer gave me a bomb idea, and I need y'all to check this out, right? Mr. Trailer said, "Hey, why don't we do a folk tales for grown folks, where people could come, they can have a little bite to eat, and we can sit down and we can do the podcast live with a conversation amongst a group of about 20 to 25 people. You know what I'm saying? They ain't even including the people that will be able to call in. But we can have a nice little get-together. The food will be provided by Giami Journey and stuff like that. And, and we can have a nice little event where we actually talking about the wisdom that comes from these folk tales. I
would just like to hate at this time and say, no, that's not going to work because you know how you people do. No, actually, that's a great idea.
Hey, you got a point. Shoot. My people rough, man. Hey, our people rough, man. I mean, hey.
They are, man.
Hey, cause sometimes I feel like Baby when he walked up into the Breakfast Club. I want some respect. Give me some respect. The three of y'all need to put some respect on my name. He ain't say respect.
E-C-K.
Right. Respect.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? And I was thinking about coming out with a sauce called respect. Put respect on that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because really, hey, we gotta get creative, man. And I'm thinking about.
I put that on everything.
I put respect on everything. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking for every business opportunity I get, man. Because look, I'm telling you right now, another field that we can send our kids into besides making respect sauce. Nobody is really thinking about this shit. There's an epidemic of these goddamn bed bugs. We need to be getting some of our kids on designing ways of killing these motherfuckers, right? Because that is a business. Everybody got quiet on me on that one. Okay. I'm sorry. Hey. I'm just, hey. All right, so what I want to do is first, I need to put on my solo music to make sure everybody there, if everybody here it has a timeline, if you could post on the timeline for people to join us. I'm going to post a link on my Facebook as well as the call-in number so that people can get it and call in because we about to have a good time tonight. Because I don't want to hold nobody too late because I am excited because I'm sitting here, I'm looking at the future, how this can run. The only thing that I wasn't able to do, Brother Devin, was get the camera running. But once I get the system the way I want it, it's going to be like this. Somehow I got a lot of static in the background. Hold on. Yeah, that's from y'all. Them black people. Them black people. Oh, my God.
It's probably you.
Man, oh my God. You try to hook them up, man. Oh my God. Yo, hey, so now, the folktale today. All right, I'm about to get into it. Are there any announcements from any of the people who have joined me tonight? Any announcements from anybody?
No, not for me.
Okay.
Well, we got some of our young people getting ready to be in a couple of different talent shows, but in particularly May 21st at the Barrick Recreation Center in Columbus, Ohio. The Columbus City Health Department is sponsoring a piece.
All right. Anything else?
That was my daughter with the grandbaby.
Well, that's my daughter. My daughter coming up to me talking about, can I read her a book? I'm telling you, they just want to get on the radio. She trying to make me look like the bad guy. We're gonna show them how you really are. Can you read me this book? No, I can't read you no book. She in there laughing right now. Oh my God. And you said that was one talent show. Did you name another one?
Millennium Community School is gonna have their own talent show as well. That is I lost the date. I have to find that and I'll get that back to you before the end of the show.
All right, cool. So we're gonna get that date. Anybody else got any announcements? Well, I'll go and start with one. We have a meeting, a parent meeting coming up for all those that's interested in Gianni Journey for their kids, as well as December program. You know what I'm saying? So we got a lot of stuff going on. We got it coming up this Saturday, and I'm assuming that it's going to be at possibly about 3:00 around the same time as our regular meeting.
Yes,
right?
Sir.
Now, also. So anybody that's interested in getting yourself or your young people involved with us here, at least here in Columbus, the meeting will be next week. So come on out and join us. So we could talk about some of the things that's coming up as well as some of the fundraisers, because we're trying to do a couple of local camp trips, as well as some of the brothers and sisters are trying to take some kids on a national camp that we usually participate in. All right. Also, I want to announce all of the people that are on here live now. First off, I want to thank everybody that's been listening and supporting the journey, because Friday, when I did my Friday night show, I had over 20 people listening live. For a lot of people out there, that might not be a big thing. But for me, I've been out here grinding for a long time, and I've been having 2 and 3 listeners. You know what I'm saying? And to get 20 at one time, I am thrilled, and I just want to let all of y'all know that I love you. But those people that join me on a regular basis and a semi-regular basis, or whenever they can, right? I want to send shouts out to Brother Charles Traylor out of Columbus. We got Miss Janice Raleigh out of Detroit. We have Miss Tracy out of Columbus. And we also have the Traveler, Brother D. And we are going to have an excellent conversation. And in the midst of the conversation, one of the things I'm going to shout out some of the national sites where we got listeners at, because I want y'all to understand that what we doing is not just local. So we're not the only ones right now talking about these folk tales. We're not the only ones that's talking about this wisdom. So, hey, I mean, the movement is up and going, and hopefully everybody's getting something from this. So I'm about to jump into the folk tale. I need you to be quiet, Miss Sasha. I'm about to read the story right now. Y'all see how I work that? You gotta make paying her work for the both of you.
That's right.
The bowman and the lion. A very skillful bowman went to the mountains in search of game, but all of the beasts of the forest fled at his approach. the lion alone challenged him to combat. The bowman immediately shot out an arrow and said to the lion, I send thee my messenger, that from him thou mayest learn what I myself shall be when I assail thee. The wounded lion rushed away in great fear, and when a fox who had seen it all happen, told him to be of good courage and not to back off at the first attack, he replied, You counsel me in vain, for if he sends so fearful a messenger, how shall I abide the attack of the man himself? And the moral is, be on guard against men who can strike from a distance. Ooh. All right. One more time for those that's listening. Now, for those out there that might be listening in, hit us up at 614-556-4535. Here we go. The bowman and the lion. A very skillful bowman went to the mountains in search of game, but all the beasts of the forest fled at his approach. The lion alone challenged him to combat. The bowman immediately shot out an arrow and said to the lion, I send thee my messenger, that from him thou mayest learn what I myself shall be when I assail thee. The wounded lion rushed away in great fear, and when a fox who had seen it all happen told him to be of good courage and not to back off at the first attack, he replied, You counsel me in vain, for if he sends so fearful a messenger, how shall I abide the attack of the man myself? Be on guard against men who can strike from a distance. Now, who wants to take the first shot? Or y'all want me to start off?
Here, let me say this. So I'm just going to say really briefly that one of the things I spend a lot of time talking to my students about is whatever your first thought is about something, I need you to pause and think deeper. And I've had to literally teach them how to do that. And so I think that this folktale is all about a lot of people spend all of their time looking at what's right in front of them or what's far away from them. And again, like we talk about over and over again every week, people need to use discernment to figure out where danger really lies.
Is that it? Hello? Miss Janice? Hello?
Huh?
Okay. I couldn't hear. You cut off. Did you finish?
Yep, I finished.
All right. And because now, Miss Janice, because last week she brought it up, and she said a key word that all of us need to be looking at is the word discernment. Discernment. Being able to know something, almost at a glance, looking at it deeper than like the lion challenged this man without knowing anything about the man, without doing any prior investigation. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us jump into decisions without really going in depth. Stop pulling it, little girl. You know what I'm saying? So, anybody else? Because y'all know I'm ready.
Yeah, I look at it from a perspective. One of the perspectives I look at it from is that when the civil rights movement was going on, Martin Luther King was counseled against taking the non-violent, stance. And there were people that warned him that he's dealing with an enemy that can strike from a distance. And he's dealing with enemies that don't play fair and don't care if he's wounded or not. That they will take him out. And against that counsel, Martin Luther King continued, in his violent way. And it is ironic that a man who lived and breathed nonviolence became a victim of violence, the very violence that he was, marching and preaching against. And the other piece to that is that, you have people who caution Malcolm X, about the stance, that he was taking, for black folks to defend themselves and to arm themselves. And he was also warned about that same, enemy, but he didn't heed. He didn't heed that. He still came out and extolled, black people, to arm yourself against this vicious, and unrelenting enemy, that cares about you. And he also, was a victim of violence. And the last thing I will say is that you have people that sit in the shadows, and they don't have the courage to stand up, for anything, and they'll sit back and try to whisper to somebody else to not stand up. You know what I'm saying? And like when white folks, lynched and castrated, black folks and hung them out for everybody to see, they were sending a message that, that was their messenger, was the black folks hanging from trees and castrated with their tentacles in their mouth and women with their bellies, split open. They kept them on display as a reminder to all other black folks, if you dare to rise up against this enemy, just the same thing will happen to you.
Mm-hmm. Strike it from a distance. Now, anybody else? Because y'all know how I get.
Dude.
Y'all, you better. Hey, Devin, I don't know what you got. I don't know what you got, man, but you sound good on here, man. What you got, a mic too?
I don't know. Is it maybe because we're using the same equipment? So, this makes me think of the old adage, when somebody shows you who they are, you should believe them.
Right.
Because the fox seems like that individual that's saying, well, you should give such and such another chance. He said, no, this person had already beat me over the head. So I'm gonna go ahead and believe that. I don't know what you're talking about. You haven't even had any interactions with this man or this individual to give me any type of counsel.
Well, hold on. I will say that everybody, in a sense, had some dealings with him because everybody ran away. Because if we go back to the beginning, it say when the bowman went to the forest in the mountains in search of game, but all the beasts of the forest fled at his approach. The lion alone. You know what I'm saying? So everybody else, in a sense, maybe felt the sting or knew somebody.
So you saying the fox said, "Go ahead and take that L for everybody else."
Take that L for everybody else. The fox was. We all done had that individual who never been in the scrape that we were in at the time, that would look at us and be, "Oh man, it ain't that tough, man. Get back in there." You know what I'm saying? Like when you were struggling in college. And you know what I'm saying? And a person that never really did any homework in high school is telling you, "Oh man, it's not that rough." Or you in a fight. Go ahead.
Or somebody trying to tell you how you could get rich or what you can do about a relationship or something like that.
And they ain't got it.
One of their own or no money or nothing.
Well, damn, girl. Damn, Tracy, you ain't got to tell my business.
Oh, sorry.
And also somebody that, they trying to create some distance from a threat themselves. And so what they want you to do is to jump out there so it can be a distraction, you understand, away from them, and they can just go on and do what they need to do, and without, bringing attention to themselves, but you be the sacrifice.
Now, and also what I want us to focus on too is, because when we look at these stories, let's don't look at them as individuals. We got to remember the roles that some of these animals played in other stories. We know that the fox was an individual that don't mind making a come up off of somebody else's downfall. You know what I'm saying? So we got those individuals in our community that will put us up to do the fight, but wait for us to be the sacrificial lamb so that they could benefit off our sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we had that going on. We got that going on in our community all the way around. You have people standing on the sidelines gathering enough information, just like with Gabriel Prosser. It was people on the side that told on him. Nat Turner was people on the side that informed on him. Even when we look at the struggles into the 60s, it was always those people on the fringes that was looking for some type of reward, because I'm thinking the Fox. Because when we look at the history of the Fox in the stories, the Fox done sold out the ass, the Fox done sold damn near everybody out in the damn stories.
And I'm going to tell you what else. What the Fox also does is the Fox wanted the Fox wanted the Bowman to finish the lion off so that he could feast on the lion.
He could get some of those leftovers, huh? So he was looking for a benefit. So oftentimes we got to be very careful about those people that are encouraging us, especially when we marching towards our death or metaphorical death. You know what I'm saying? Because one of the things now is, with all this political correctness, it's hard for us to identify our enemies now, because everybody is speaking nicely. Everybody has upgraded their language software so that they can say just the right things at just the right time. You know what I'm saying? But we got to be very careful. You know what I'm saying? Because some people could be whispering to us and leading us towards our death.
Without a doubt.
You know what I'm saying?
That happened. That happened all throughout the 60s, you know, the 70s, and right up into today. You know, you have, you know, double agents within our community, you know, that lived among us but worked for our open and historic enemy.
But not only that, let's bring it home. How many of us had people in our lives that hyped us up to be the sacrificial lamb so that they could make a come up in their personal life?
Right.
I'm sitting here I'm sitting with a group of outspoken people. I'm sitting here with a group of people that think you gonna know when something's not right. So somebody might encourage you to speak up when it might be against your best interest, and they might be able to make a come up.
Well, you know what? And I go back to a line that Denzel said, and as Frank Lucas, you know, in that movie, he said the loudest one in the room is the weakest one in the room. And I've been around a lot of loud talking, you know, brothers, you know, who talk real loud about, you know, the cause and the movement and all of that. And you step out there, you know, to march with them, and next thing you know, you in the front.
You in the front.
And you look around, and ain't nobody behind you.
I used to get in fights like that. We laugh, but I used to actually get in fights with a person that basically promoted the whole goddamn fight would actually disappear by the time the fisticuffs started.
Right.
All through high school, that was one of the major reasons that my grandmother sent me, basically kicked me out of her house and told me I had to come up here and live with my mama. Because she said, you will not die in my house because you're so quick to go out here and take up for these niggas that won't take up for you. They don't even look out for your best interests. I said, wow.
Right.
Wow. Grandma, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know my friends. Little did I know that Grandma was psychic, right? You know me.
Oh, man. Check it. That's the thing about ASAP too, is that this may even tie to another one, which is the fox and the lion. When the fox met the lion for the first time and was afraid of him. And so, since he's afraid of him, well, so I see something that is attacking him and wounded him. May I could finish off this individual that I fear, or this community that I fear.
Right. You know, and then also we got to look at the Bowman, because the Bowman wasn't just a regular Bowman. He was a skilled. You know what I'm saying? This is somebody who had mastered it, and many times we may find ourselves in situations where we have not followed the basic rules of war. Know your enemy and know yourself.
And you know, and one of the things when you talk about the Bowman, you know, he said something else that was significant. He characterized his bow, the arrow. He characterized the arrow as his message, as his messenger. You know what I'm saying? In other words, I ain't gonna kill you right now. I'm just gonna send you a message, you know, and let you know that I have the power of life and death over you. And you know, and I looked at that, you know, aspect of it. And he said, and because when the fox tried to tell the lion to go get him, he said no. He said, you know, the lion, you know, said no. You know, he gave me a messenger. You know, he gave me a message. So if I can't, you know,
if I can't handle the messenger,
yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? So I can't handle the one who sent the message.
Right. You but I mean, but now on the Bowman's end, right? Some of us are not making effective use of our arrows.
Right.
Many of us are not shooting our arrows to let people know the greatness that lies within us, the greatness that is coming. You know what I'm saying? We're not doing that. You know what I'm saying? And in not doing that, we kind of rob. But we rob ourselves. You know what I'm saying? We rob ourselves of the victory. We take away the victory. It's in a sense we almost surrender because we're not even using our tools. And in a sense, this system kind of neuter us to a point where we think that we are impotent and we don't have the weapons.
And that's what I was going to say. Psychologically, we have been convinced that we cannot defeat, you know, this enemy, that we cannot do anything against the Bowman. You know, it's almost like the elephant, you know, who is a baby elephant, and they put that little chain around his ankle and put that stake in the ground, and that elephant is too small to pull away from that stake in the ground. Well, psychologically, that elephant grows up to become tons and tons, and you know those elephants at the circus can pull away from those stakes, but psychologically, they don't think they can, and they don't even try.
Right. We surrender our power. You know what I'm saying? Because the bowman, because really when it comes down to it, I don't care how skilled the bowman is. If the lion is able to get within a distance that is favorable to the lion is going to win. But once the lion felt that pain, the lion didn't want to go nowhere near him. So sometimes, even in the battles that we fight, sometimes all we got to do is send those messengers. You know what I'm saying? All we using the arrows that the Creator has given us to in a sense, send the message out there to our enemies as well as to our possible clients, customers, or whatever. Look, hey, you know what I'm saying? You can't handle this little arrow. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you're going to be ready for me. You know,
and guess what else? Economically, there's too much distance between the wealth that, you know, white folks have amassed in this country and the lack of wealth that black folks have. And we, to a degree, psychologically, don't ever think that we can be as wealthy as them because we're looking at wealth from their perspective. We're looking at wealth, you know, on their terms. But wealth don't necessarily mean money.
I was riding home today and I was listening to something about Mansa Musa. And those that study Mansa Musa know that Mansa Musa is known historically as the richest, not just one of the richest man in history. And I'm thinking about how when I'm listening to these shows about gold and investing in gold, they're talking about how there's only so much gold in the world right now. And I'm wondering how much of this gold we got today actually came from the coffers of Mansa Musa. You know what I'm saying? Because he went through Egypt, and we know that Egypt was conquered and run during that time. After the time he went there, well, actually, the time he went there was Arabs there. We know Arabs and Europeans have. Let me rephrase that. We know East Asians, well, my fault, Middle Asians and Western Asians have been fighting over Egypt for a long time. How much of that gold that flows into Western Asia, also known as Europe, come from the coffers of Africa? Comes from what Mansa Musa dropped out there willingly. You know what I'm saying?
Probably all of it. Probably all of it.
You know what I'm saying? Because now when it comes to us amassing wealth, we have shown that we have the ability to amass large amounts of wealth. Now, and I think if anything, we lead the world in generosity and give it to others. For some reason, we don't like giving it to those that look like us, but you look a little bit different. You know, we're going to give you a little bit more money. Because that's what I think that's why our communities can't hold no money in it. But that's just my thought. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, but that goes back to those arrows, man. We're not wisely using those arrows. Because economics is an arrow. Politics is an arrow. Entertainment is an arrow. Academics is an arrow. You know what I'm saying? Are we as the skilled bowmen shooting the arrows properly? Because this lion is eating our ass up. You know what I'm saying? And I think we're not sending the right message to him. You know what I'm saying? You know, heal, sit your ass down. You know what I'm saying? Are we? You know, and I think we really need to really start having conversations on how to properly use some of these arrows, because we know we're not using them politically right, and we know we're not using them economically right. We know we're not using any of the arrows right. So maybe we're not the skilled. Maybe the story should read for us: the foolish bowman and the full lion. I'm sorry. I need my siren. Where the explosion at? The foolish bowman and the full lion. There we go. You know what I'm saying? Everything is delayed. I'm sorry. I'm talking to my baby. Anybody else? Nothing else? All right. For those new, you might want to join the conversation. 614-556-4535. This is Giami Journey Radio. You are now listening to Folktales for Grown Folks. This is a Heart of a Simba production. You know, we always strive to blow up those old paradigms. You know, now. So I'm going to read it one more time, so just in case there's some Jews in there that we might have missed. And of course, one day we'll come back to this, and we're going to be like, man, we missed a whole lot. A very skillful bowman went to the mountains in search of game, but all the beasts of the forest fled at his approach. The lion alone challenged him to combat. The bowman immediately shot out an arrow and said to the lion, I send thee my messenger, that from him thou mayest learn what I myself shall be when I assail thee. The wounded lion rushed away in great fear, and when a fox who had seen it all happen told him to be of good courage and not back off at the first attack, he replied, You counsel me in vain, for if he sends so fearful a messenger, how shall I abide the attack of the man himself? Be on guard against men who can strike from a distance. You know what I'm saying? We got to be wise about those who can strike from a distance. We got to be also. I'm looking at this, and really, let me be this way. Let me say it like this. In reality, would the man be as harmful as the arrow if he actually got up on the lion? Or was he bluffing?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because go ahead, I'm sorry.
And a lion, you know, submitted himself, or he submitted himself to the bowman being superior, to him. And I think what Fox was trying to, say to him was, that he hit you, from a distance, but if you stay in there and get a little closer, you can neutralize, his ability or his skill with that bow, because he won't be able to, because if you get up close to your enemy, it's very hard for your enemy to do the same damage to you if they were at a distance. And what I say to that is this, is that we as a people, when we look each other in the eyes and we see that human being looking back across at us up close and personal, it is very hard to step back at a distance and then do any harm to that person.
Kind of like keeping your enemies close.
What you say?
Keep your friends close, keep your enemies close, what type of deal? Look, when you just read this again this time, Master High, the fact it led me to question what type of lion is it? Bowman went to the mountain. So are we talking about a mountain lion, or are we talking about a lion that typically lives in the prairie that may have been out of place and out of the environment? And so, along with Mr. Trailer's point about being from him shooting him from a distance, makes you think of a boxer and somebody that has a reach. Can affect you with his jab, but once you get inside that guard, it becomes a totally different type of fight.
Right.
That thing that they can use at a distance is no longer effective, and they can be touched.
Right. I mean, think about this. The lion, in a sense, was like the last stand for the forest, far as because ASAP tells a story in a world where men and animals have not totally separated yet. Animals are having discussions. So in a sense, the lion, in a sense, was the last stand to keep this man out the forest, out the mountains, or whatever he was coming into. Now, once he got one good lick on a lion, and the lion was hurt, the lion lost confidence, and the man gained confidence. Now, I'm going to tell you where we saw this in many of our lifetimes. I remember at one point in time looking at Mike Tyson as an unbeatable machine. Like I used to think about scenarios where Mike Tyson said some shit to my mama, and I really would have to make a decision. You know what I'm saying? I had to be like Ice-T when he ran into Tookie. I had to yell at my mom, "Well, what you doing in this way then?" I mean, but seriously, you looked at Mike Tyson as this unbeatable because the image that he had built and the image you just seen him, like you would go to a fight and this unbeatable lion would walk in without a towel, without with no socks on and no cape, He would walk in and knock some. It was at least 3 fights. It took me to learn in 3 fights. I had to learn that you don't go get popcorn right when Mike Tyson come out to start fighting. Because it was 3 times that I walked away and walked back in the room, be like, oh man, y'all lying? It's over. You know what I'm saying? But that first time that Mike Tyson got touched up, the whole world knew. You know what I'm saying? The whole world knew, and he knew that he was no longer unstoppable. Because I argue up to that point, he was unstoppable. But at that one point in time, where that chick in his armor got found out, that's when he was brought down to earth. Now, that lion was in the same position because when that man shot him, even though we know that a lion up close to a man is going to whoop that man's ass. But once the confidence was knocked out, and I think for us as a group, and some of us as individuals in our lives, like that lion, somebody shot that warning arrow. It hit us, and our confidence has seeped out of us. You know what I'm saying?
And also to Devin's point, you know, that lion was used to, you know, easy victories, was used to easy victories, much like Mike Tyson. But Mike Tyson never won a fight that wasn't up close.
You're right.
Every fight he lost was a fight from a distance. Every fight the lion, you know, when the lion lost this fight because it was from a distance, not up close.
That's true. Wow. Stick and move, right?
right.
Man, wow. So, anybody else? You're going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Uh-oh, somebody spoke. Okay, going 3 times. Man, hey, so the story for those that are just now catching it was the Bowman and the Lion. Don't be scared. Step up, join us. You can put your phone on mute if you want to just be close to the conversation, just in case you want to say something. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, you can check us out on Giami Journey Radio. You can check us out on Folktales for Grown Folks through our Spreaker channel. I'd like to thank each and every last one of y'all. Mr. Charles Traylor, where's my applause at? Give me a second, y'all. I got to put applause on. I knew it was something that I forgot. You know, I mean, I'm working with some different equipment.
From the wise, never catch girls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine. Word from the wise, never catch girls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine. Say, the truth is what I'm about to bring. Listen to the message I sing. I want to shine like diamond ring for you. The truth is what I'm about to bring. Listen to the message I sing. I want to shine like diamond ring for you. I want to thank God for the gift that He granted to me, to break down things so you can see the truth, the light with all my soul. From funk, jazz and rock and roll, I say we can man rule what's overdue. A revolution you and I may come true. We all born sinner and we won't break free until we overcome hypocrisy. So stop pointing finger, reach to the sky, listen to the message, hold your head high, say na 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 na. Hey, we need to stop speculating and move into action. The war isn't waiting, it's just getting disastrous. Time to change the way we think, what we say, what we do, strategize, find the tools to build and execute. We are the ones that's chosen. The enemy is It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine, divine word from the wise. Never catch a pearls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine, divine word from the wise. Never catch a pearls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine, divine word from the wise. Never catch pearls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine. Say word from the wise. Never catch pearls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine. Yeah, word from the wise. Never catch pearls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine. Yeah. Word from the wise, never catch girls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine, divine word from the wise. Never catch girls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine. Say, the truth is what I'm about to bring. Listen to the message I sing. I want to shine like diamond ring for you, for you, for you. The truth is what I'm about to bring. Listen to the message I sing. I want to shine like diamond ring for you. I want to thank God for the gift that He granted to me, to break down things so you can see the truth, the light with all my soul. From funk, jazz and rock and roll, I say we can make rule what's overdue. A revolution you and I may come true. We all born sinner and we won't break free until we overcome hypocrisy. So stop one finger, reach to the sky, listen to the message, hold your head high, say na 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 na. Hey. We need to stop speculating and move into action. The war isn't waiting, it's just getting disastrous. Time to change the way we think, what we say, what we do, strategize, find the tools to build and execute. We are the ones that's chosen, chosen. The enemy is closing, closing. They got the masses hypnotized. It's time for us to open their eyes. Word from the wise, never catch girls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine, divine word from the wise. Never catch a girls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine, divine word from the wise. Never catch a girls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine, divine word from the wise. Never catch pearls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine. Say word from the wise. Never catch pearls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine. Yeah, word from the wise. Never catch pearls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine. Yeah. Word from the wise, never catch girls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine, divine. Word from the wise, never catch girls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine. Say, the truth is what I'm about to bring. Listen to the message I sing. I want to shine like diamond ring for you, for you, for you. The truth is what I'm about to bring. Listen to the message I sing. I want to shine like diamond ring for you. I want to thank God for the gift that He granted to me, to break down things so you can see the truth, the light with all my soul. From funk, jazz, and rock and roll, I say we can make rule what's overdue. A revolution you and I may come true. We all born sinner and we won't break free until we overcome hypocrisy. So stop